Good afternoon. We are going on the record at 3:05 p.m. on April 21st, 2021. Please note that the microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering, private conversations, and cellular interference. Please turn off all cell phones or place them away from the microphones as they can interfere with the audio. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the video recorded interview of Alphonso David, taken by counsel for the New York Attorney General's office in the matter of independent investigation under New York State Executive Law Section 638 in parentheses. The deposition is being held at remote virtual Zoom located at Brooklyn, New York 11217. My name is Marco Sozio from the firm Veritex New York, and I'm the videographer. The court reporter is Samuel Hitton from the firm Veritex New York. I am not authorized to administer an oath. I am not related to any party in this action. Counsel and all present in the room and everyone attending remotely will now state their appearances and affiliations for the record. If there are any objections to the proceedings, please state them at the time of your appearance, beginning with the noticing attorney.
Good afternoon, June Kim from the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, but acting as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General for the New York State Attorney General's office.
And I'm Ann Clark. I'm with the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin and Clark, but like June, I am appearing today in my capacity as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General.
Jennifer Kennedy Park from the law firm Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton in my capacity today as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General, the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Suji Lee from the law firm Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, but appearing today in my capacity as a special assistant to the first Deputy Attorney General.
And my name is Cy Aitner PC for Mr. David.
Thank you. Will the court reporter please swear in the interviewer?
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. David.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kim.
Thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome.
As we stated, we are appearing in our capacity as special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General. And as you may know, we have been appointed, our two law firms have been appointed by the Attorney General's office to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63(8), into allegations of sexual harassment against the governor and the surrounding circumstances. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena that we issued in that capacity. Do you understand
Yes.
that? And I'd like to note, as the videographer has made clear, this interview is being recorded by video and maintained by Veritex. You understand that? Okay. And we are not separately, the law firm, not separately recording it other than through Veritex. We wanted to confirm that neither you nor your lawyer, Mr. Aidner, is recording this interview.
I am not recording this interview.
Yes, by counsel, no recordation here.
And I also want to confirm that there are no other people in your respective rooms, or actually, Cy, maybe you can have someone there, but Mr. David, that there's no one else in the room that you're sitting in right now?
Correct. There is no one in the room.
Okay. And neither you, Mr. David, nor Mr. Aidner has opened an audio or video line or chat line for someone else to be transmitting or hearing or reviewing your testimony in real time?
Correct.
Can we confirm that?
By counsel, that's not been done.
Mr. David, you have been placed under oath, and as you know, that means that you must testify fully and truthfully as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and a jury. Do you understand that obligation?
Yes.
And that as a result, your testimony today is subject to the penalty of perjury if you don't give truthful testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And although this is part of a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office has criminal enforcement powers. And as a result, you have the right to refuse to answer any questions if you believe doing so would incriminate yourself. Do you understand that, right?
Yes.
But however, in a civil proceeding, the failure to answer a question based on the right not to incriminate yourself is something that in a court of law, in a civil proceeding, non-criminal proceeding, could be held against you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have your lawyer here today, Mr. Aidner. And so this is somewhat of a moot point, and there's been some back and forth about whether in these types of interviews, whether a witness is entitled to have counsel present, or it's a courtesy that the Attorney General's office provides. From our perspective, for purposes of today, we are fine with Mr. Aidner being here. We have not contacted you other than through your counsel once we learned that you had retained counsel, and we don't intend to. You understand that?
Yes.
As you can see, we're doing this virtually, and so it's not as natural as in person. So we just want you to be sure to make sure you answer the questions clearly, and even more so than in an in-person testimony, that you not answer through nods or mm-hms or things to that effect, and provide clear answers through words. You understand that?
Yes.
And if you don't understand a question that any of us are asking, and I expect most of the questions will come from me, but my colleagues, Ann Clark and Jen Kennedy Park, may also ask some questions. But if you don't understand the question we're asking, please tell us you don't understand, and we will we'll try to be clearer. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you do answer a question and don't ask to clarify, we'll assume that you understood our question. Is that fair?
Yes.
Are you taking any medications or drugs today, or alcohol that affects your ability to understand and answer questions?
No.
So could you, other than Mr. Aidner, have you spoken to anyone about the testimony you're giving to us today?
No.
And what did you do to prepare for your examination today?
I met with my counsel, Mr. Aidner, to review documents that I have produced pursuant to subpoena.
Okay. And how many times did you meet with Mr. Aidner?
I believe once.
And have you had a chance to look at the two subpoenas that you have received? One, a document subpoena, and two, a testimonial subpoena?
Yes, when I initially received them. I have not reviewed them recently.
Okay. We sent over to you by messenger a red weld with a binder. Do you have that with you?
I do.
Okay. Could you go to that and open it up now?
Did you say a red weld? I never heard that term before.
A court reporter who hasn't heard the term red weld? I think that's what they call it.
Oh, wow. Wow. This is my second career, by the way. So I used to work in construction before this. Maybe that's why.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe the lawyers, other lawyers in the call can back me up. People have called this red welds.
Would you
Back you
like
up
me
on
to
it.
break the seal?
Yes, please. And it should be a binder with some documents with tabs next to it. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you turn to tab 23? And if you could flip through that, and it's a document subpoena. And if you go to page 7, 7 to 8 has the substantive requests related to the subpoena. Do you recognize this subpoena as the document subpoena that you received from our office?
Without reviewing each and every page in detail, it appears to be the subpoena I received.
Okay. And what did you do to gather documents in response to this subpoena?
I reviewed my emails on my personal account, as well as my telephone, to determine whether I had any electronic messages that would be responsive to the request for documents.
And so your review was of your personal email account.
Correct.
And what is that, your Hotmail account?
Yes.
Okay. And then your cell phone for texts?
Correct.
Okay. And how long have you had that Hotmail account?
Many years.
More than 5?
Yes.
Do you use any other email accounts, personal email accounts?
I have another personal email account, a Gmail, but that is not used often.
And did you look in that Gmail account to see if you had any responsive documents?
I did.
Okay. And then your cellular telephone that you looked at, how long have you had that cell phone?
I've had the telephone number for a number of years. The actual device, I'm probably a year or 2.
And do you have any older devices that you still have with you that you used prior to that?
No.
And after you reviewed your email account and your phone, what did you do with the responsive documents?
I compiled the responsive documents and provided them to my counsel.
Okay. And after doing that, have you found or learned of any other documents in your possession that could be responsive to the subpoena?
No.
Okay. If you can look at the next tab, tab 24. You recognize this as the testimonial subpoena that you received from our office through your lawyer?
This appears, again, to be the subpoena that I received.
And you understand that it's your testimony today is in response to this testimonial subpoena?
Correct.
I think you can put the binder away for a second. Can you tell us how far you've gotten in school?
Sure. I have a Juris Doctorate, which is a law degree from Temple University in Philadelphia.
And when did you graduate from Temple Law School?
2000.
Can you walk us through your employment history since graduating law school in 2000?
Sure. Graduated law school in 2000. I clerked for a federal district court judge, Clifford Scott Green, in the Federal District Court of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. I clerked for a year. I then worked at a law firm called Blank Rome in Philadelphia. I worked at that firm for approximately 2 years, managing a variety of matters, including contract disputes and intellectual property and labor disputes. I then ran a company in California called the Canyon at Peace Park. It was likely a year running that company. I then joined an organization called Lambda Legal Defense and Education Fund, which is a civil rights LGBTQ organization that litigates impact litigation cases on behalf of LGBTQ people all across the country. I then worked and I worked there for 3 years. I then worked at the New York State Division of Human Rights as a deputy commissioner and special counsel for administration, I think was the title. May have gotten that incorrect, but it sounds like the title. And I worked there for about a year. I then worked at the Attorney General's office, first as a bureau chief for civil rights, and then as a special deputy attorney general for civil rights. I then worked in the governor's office as deputy secretary and counsel for civil rights. I held that role for 4 years. I then worked as the chief counsel to the governor for about 4 years and a few months. And most recently, my current role is the president of the Human Rights Campaign, which is a global LGBTQ civil rights organization.
So going back to when you joined the New York Attorney General's office, what month and year was that?
I believe it was 2008. I don't remember the specific month.
And you said you joined as the bureau chief for civil rights?
I believe I came in as a deputy bureau chief officially for a few months while the bureau chief was transitioning. I was then officially named as the bureau chief.
Okay. And how did you get that job as the deputy bureau chief for civil rights at the Attorney General's office?
I interviewed for the position a year before, and the Attorney General's office was not quick to respond to the application, and I had many other offers. So I declined advancing my application further because I worked for the New York State Division of Human Rights. And after a year of working at the New York State Division of Human Rights, there was a shift in governorship. I was no longer interested in working in that role. The commissioner at the time left. And so I reconnected with the Attorney General's office, and they expressed an interest in having me come and work there in the Civil Rights Bureau.
And did you have to interview for that job?
Yes.
Who did you interview with?
Several people. I believe I interviewed with the head of human resources. I don't remember her name at this point. I interviewed with who was a deputy attorney general at the time, and I interviewed with who was, I think maybe a special attorney general, special deputy attorney general. I don't remember her title.
Okay. And who was the attorney general at the time when you joined?
When I joined, Andrew Cuomo was the attorney general.
And did you know Andrew Cuomo before you joined the Attorney General's office?
No.
Had you ever met him?
I don't believe so.
Did you meet him during the interview process?
No.
When you joined the Attorney General's office, who did you report to?
I reported to through.
And so what was his title?
I believe he was the deputy attorney general for social justice.
And what was
maybe special deputy attorney general for social justice. I don't remember their specific titles, but she supervised him. He was responsible for providing oversight to all of the departments that were in the social justice unit.
And so after you joined, you said you started as the deputy bureau chief and then transitioned into being the bureau chief. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the role you stayed in through the end of your time at the Attorney General's office?
No, I was promoted from bureau chief to special deputy attorney general for civil rights.
And when did that promotion take place?
Either 2009 or 2010.
And then is that the special deputy attorney general position? Is that the position you held when you left the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
So in the two roles that you had at the Attorney General's office, can you walk us through what your responsibilities were?
Sure. As the bureau chief for the Attorney General's Office Civil Rights Bureau, I was responsible for overseeing all of the assistant attorneys generals who investigated and litigated and processed civil rights complaints. The Civil Rights Bureau and the Attorney General generally has jurisdiction over cases that are patterns and practices. So those attorneys generals would work with investigators within the office to identify cases where they thought there was a pattern or practice, and they would investigate those cases and litigate those cases as appropriate. The core function of my job remained the same during my entire tenure at the Attorney General's office. Becoming a special deputy attorney general simply meant that I was working more on developing policy and identifying policy-related issues in addition to overseeing litigation and investigations.
And during your time there, from 2008 until 2010, I think, how often did you interact with Andrew Cuomo?
It's difficult to say because it ebbed and it flowed depending on the time of year, depending on the issues that I was working on. So it's difficult it certainly wasn't daily. At most, it would have been every other week. And then there are instances where we wouldn't interact at all for several months.
And so it ebbed and flowed. So it ebbed and flowed based on what was going on at the time and whether you had particular matters to discuss with him or not. Is that a fair way?
Yes.
To describe it? And so at times you wouldn't interact with him at all for months?
It's difficult. I would certainly say weeks. It could have been months. I wasn't tracking my level of interaction with him.
And how about when it was most frequent?
Most frequent, I would say once a week.
And where were you physically located while you were at the Attorney General's office?
I don't remember the floor number. I was on a floor with other departments that included the Charities Bureau, the Real Estate Bureau, and maybe one or two other bureaus.
Mm-hmm. Were you physically located near Andrew Cuomo's office?
No, I was on a different floor.
And while you were at the Attorney General's office, did you work on or oversee sexual harassment cases or investigations?
I don't believe so. I don't believe we had any cases on sexual harassment.
And how about other forms of discrimination? Are those?
Yes.
what types of discrimination cases or investigations did you work on or oversee?
Violations of employment laws, housing, public accommodations. Those are some examples.
Mhm. And what type of violations of employment laws did you work on or oversee?
I don't remember any cases. The only case that comes to mind that I was tangentially involved in related to workers who were looking to speak Spanish to each other at a gas station, and they were either suspended or terminated or reprimanded in some way for speaking Spanish to themselves, among themselves, I should say. I'm sure there are other employment cases, but that's the one that comes to mind.
Mhm. And that was a violation of New York state law to do that?
Yes.
So when did you leave the Attorney General's office?
I left the Attorney General's office at the end of 2010.
And why did you leave?
I was offered a position to work as the Deputy Secretary for Civil Rights in the governor's office.
And who offered you that position?
I had a discussion with Steve Cohen, who relayed the offer to me, I believe from the Attorney General at the time, who then became the governor, but the conversation was with Steve Cohen.
And was there a application or interview process for that position, or was it just Steve Cohen?
No, there was an interview process.
There was or was not, sorry.
There was.
Okay. And who did you interview with?
I spoke with Steve Cohen, I believe 2 or 3 times.
Anyone else?
I don't remember. I don't believe so.
Was there anyone else who was, to your knowledge, being considered for that position?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I have no knowledge that someone else was being considered.
Okay. And how long were you in that role as the Deputy Secretary for Civil Rights?
I was in that role for 4 years.
Okay. And then what was the next position you held at the Executive Chamber?
Chief Counsel to the governor.
You can go back to your the binder you have and look at tab 8. It's a 3-page document. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This appears to be responses to the subpoena that was referenced earlier for documents.
Mhm. Did you review this document previously?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And if you could look through the answer to question 10B, which recites, which has a description of your responsibilities as Chief Counsel to the governor. And then 10C, which has a description of your responsibilities as Deputy Secretary and Counsel for Civil Rights for New York State. Can you read the answers there? And then I'll ask you if it fairly and accurately describes your responsibilities in those 2 roles.
Yes, but there appears to be an error at C. It says the Division of Human Rights, and it should instead say the Office of the Governor.
Okay. So the Deputy Secretary and Counsel for Civil Rights for New York State is part of the Office of the Governor.
Correct.
Other than that, do the answers to 10B and C fairly and accurately describe your responsibilities in those two roles?
Yes, it appears to be. Yes.
So looking first at 10B, your responsibility, general responsibility as Chief Counsel to the Governor, it starts by saying you oversaw all significant legal policy deliberations affecting New York State and ensure that state laws, orders, regulations are being faithfully executed. See that?
Yes.
So did your responsibilities as Chief Counsel include ensuring that state laws, orders, and regulations were also being faithfully followed within the executive chamber?
No.
That was not one of your responsibilities?
No.
And so what do you mean by ensure state laws, orders, and regulations are being faithfully executed?
So part of my role is drafting, negotiating legislation with the Senate and the Assembly, both during the budget process and during the legislative session. After those bills are passed by the legislature, I'm responsible for reviewing them to determine whether or not they conform with the Constitution and any potential state laws before they're subsequently submitted for signing. After they are signed, I'm also responsible for making sure that they are advanced to the appropriate state agencies for implementation.
Was there anyone in the executive chamber whose job responsibility included ensuring that within the executive chamber, all relevant state laws, orders, and regulations were being faithfully followed?
I don't know if there is one person that would be responsible for that specific function. I believe that there's certain individuals who are responsible for different functions. So as an example, the head of administrative services would be responsible for ensuring that employees are submitting the appropriate information and documentation to have their files submitted to the Office of State Controller for processing. Or someone else may be responsible for ensuring that the state is complying with any regulatory requirements associated with, pick the state law. But that wouldn't be my responsibility.
How about ensuring that the executive chamber was complying with state human rights laws? Who, if anyone, had responsibility within the executive chamber for that?
Well, there is a requirement that all state workers, I believe, and certainly in the executive chamber, would have to go through annual training. And that responsibility fell to the Office of Administrative Services. So as it relates to complying with the New York State, you said human rights law?
Rights laws, yeah.
It depends on what you mean by complying with the New York State human rights law. What specific function?
Well, if ensuring that within the executive chamber, that there were not violations of human rights laws, for example, sexual harassment laws.
Any complaints of discrimination, retaliation, harassment of any nature would be forwarded to the Office of Administrative Services, who would work with the Office of Governors, of the Governor's Office of Employee Relations. to determine whether or not there were any potential violations of the human rights law.
Mhm. And I guess the question is, who ensured, if anyone, within the executive chamber while you were serving as chief counsel, ensured that that was being done?
Well, each state agency had what was called an affirmative action officer, or at least, I don't want to say every state agency, but certainly many had what was called an affirmative action officer. And that person was responsible for receiving, reviewing, processing any claims or complaints of discrimination, harassment, or retaliation within the chamber or other state agencies.
Mhm. Who was the affirmative action officer for the executive chamber while you were there?
I think it shifted several times, but I know that the Office of Administrative Services was involved. I don't know who the affirmative action officer was at a specific time, but I know that it was in the Office of Administrative Services.
So it was someone located in the Office of Administrative Services, not an employee of the executive chamber.
Yes, I don't remember a specific person being labeled as an affirmative action officer.
Another one of your responsibilities at this time was, if you go down a few lines, to oversee the drafting, evaluation, and implementation of all executive orders. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What did that responsibility entail?
So executive orders, of course, are issued by the executive in instances where there is a gap or there's a need to address a specific issue. Executive orders, as you may know, cannot supersede statutes. They have to operate within the confines of the power of the executive. So to the extent executive orders had to be issued, say if there was an emergency or a disaster and an executive order had to be issued, my office would be responsible for drafting that executive order, ensuring that the executive order complied, again, with the statutes and the constitutional provisions, and provide them to the governor for review before they're executed.
And during your time as chief counsel, do you remember working on an executive order that involved sexual harassment issues?
I don't remember an executive order specifically focusing on sexual harassment. I do remember an executive order focusing on the Governor's Office of Employee Relations, which was responsible for collating, if you will, and overseeing all complaints of discrimination, harassment at state agencies. But I don't recall a specific executive order on sexual harassment.
So the Government Office of Employee Relations, is that sometimes referred to as GOER, or can we refer to it as GOER just for short?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you remember about that executive order?
I believe the executive order was issued to organize affirmative action officers under the rubric of the Governor's Office of Employee Relations. I believe prior to the executive order, affirmative action officers operated in state agencies, but did not report to GOER. And the executive order was issued in an attempt to consolidate oversight of the affirmative action officers and create a level of consistency in reviewing claims or complaints at state agencies across the state.
And did it also include a requirement that the GOER would be the ones to investigate complaints of employment-related discrimination?
Yes.
And were you personally involved in the drafting or the ultimate execution of this executive order?
I was involved in the execution and I believe in some of the editing of the executive order.
And who else within the executive chamber did you work with in connection with this executive order?
In the executive chamber, I likely worked with an assistant counsel. I oversaw at a given time between 12 and 14 assistant counsels, and they were all responsible for different subject areas. And they also were responsible for working with specific agencies on legal issues that arose. So it's highly likely that an assistant counsel was the original drafter or the person who shepherded the executive order through with my review and editing.
Did you discuss this executive order with the governor?
I don't believe I did.
Do you know if the governor reviewed the executive order before signing it?
I don't know if he did.
Do you have any knowledge or understanding of whether the governor understood what the requirements set forth in the executive order are?
No.
So as chief counsel to the governor, whose job included implementation of all executive orders, you had no discussions with the governor about this executive order?
I don't believe we had any specific conversations about the executive order. We may have had conversations about the concept of consolidating affirmative action officers in GOER, but I don't believe we had any specific conversations about the actual executive order. There are instances where executive orders are drafted and submitted to his review. There are instances where there are conversations and there are instances where there are no conversations. I don't recall conversations about this executive order with him, but the concept of consolidating affirmative action officers within GOER likely happened because I believe it was a policy that he advanced, and it would be highly unlikely for him to advance a policy without discussing it.
What discussions do you remember having with him about the concept of consolidating this under GOER?
Just on my first objection as to privilege, I mean, the question calls for communications between Mr. David while an attorney and engaged as an attorney and the governor. And this has specifically been discussed between Mr. Fishman and I, that is, whether this executive order comes up, and I'm directed by Mr. Fishman that the chamber believes that this is privileged and we should assert the privilege here.
So you're, just to be clear, Mr. Aidner.
Yes, sir.
You're directing your client not to answer questions about the substance of this executive order? And discussions you had with the governor about it?
Correct. Based on a specific conversation I had with Mr. Fishman about this particular subject matter.
Can you turn to tab 31 of the binder? Does that appear to be the executive order that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And turning to the last part, Roman 3, combating harassment and discrimination in state agencies. Is that the part of the order that addresses the consolidation under GOER that you've been talking about?
I have to review this more specifically. Hold on.
You're welcome to review it.
Yes, it is under section 3B and C.
What do sections 3B and C, what was your understanding of what section 3B and C did? What did it change from before this executive order to this executive order?
What it changed was the affirmative action officers, as a result of this executive order, would, moving forward, be required to report to the Governor's Office of Employee Relations. Whereas in the past, those affirmative action officers reported to the heads of their respective agencies. One of the concerns that was raised, and this executive order appears to address an executive order that was issued in 1983. So it updated that executive order. What had happened in the past was that affirmative action officers were investigating complaints of, say, race discrimination in their state agencies, and then reporting the results of those claims to their commissioners rather than to an independent agency. So that was one of the goals, was to consolidate these affirmative action officers. The other goal was to ensure that there was a level of consistency so that claims were being treated in a consistent manner, regardless of which agency the claims were filed in.
So claims of discrimination in any state, as this is defined, affected state agency, needed under this executive order to be referred to and sent to GOER so that they could investigate it.
Yes.
And the effective state agency here includes the executive chamber, correct?
Yes.
You can put that, the binder to the side again. While you were in the executive chamber in either of the two roles, did you play any role in handling complaints or claims of discrimination?
In the chamber?
Yes.
No, I don't believe during my tenure that there were claims of discrimination filed in the chamber by employees of the chamber.
How about, were you involved in any claims of discrimination while you were in the executive chamber?
Can you describe what you mean involved?
Well, let's start with, did you ever have any awareness of any matter involving a claim of discrimination while you were
Yes.
in the chamber?
Yes.
How many? About?
Well, the Governor's Office of Employee Relations publicly released data showing how many claims of retaliation, discrimination, harassment that have been filed in certain agencies. There were also instances where there were specific cases where the chamber was referenced, but the case was not relevant to the chamber, meaning the person wasn't employed by the chamber, where I was aware of those claims.
Okay, about how many claims that you were aware of?
And what's the category? Any type of discrimination or
Any
harassment?
discrimination or harassment?
I would say maybe 2 or 3.
Okay, what do you remember about the 2 or 3?
Well, one case involved a gentleman by the name of who worked for another agency. There was a complaint filed against him, and the complainant alleged that she had reached out to someone in the governor's office to inform them about the complaint. We subsequently learned that she did not do that. She, in fact, reached out to a state agency. And the complaint was referred to GOER for review and investigation. It was also referred.
When was that about?
I don't remember. I would be guessing 2014, 15, 16. I don't
And what
know.
was your involvement in that?
I was not involved in the matter other than ensuring that it was referred to GOER for review. And it came to our attention through the press where the complainant alleged that she had complained to someone in the chamber when in fact she had complained to someone at a state agency. So again, the matter was referred to GOER for review. It was also referred to the Inspector General's office, to the Joint Commission on Public Ethics, and there was, I believe, a federal lawsuit filed, and the case was subsequently dismissed as being unsubstantiated.
Did you make public statements about that case?
As it relates to, yes, I probably did. As it relates to whether or not the chamber was notified or involved or aware of the complaint.
And was that something that was part of your job responsibilities, to speak publicly on behalf of the executive chamber?
I did speak on behalf of the executive chamber on a number of different fronts, litigation, legislation, and in some cases, policy.
Was that part of your job as the chief counsel?
It wasn't an official part of my job to publicly comment on legislation, litigation, or policy, but I often did. I was asked to by the communications department.
Okay. It was obviously part of your official duties. You weren't speaking in a personal capacity.
Oh, correct. I was not speaking in a personal capacity.
And when you did speak publicly, did you speak to reporters?
Yes.
Sometimes on the record?
Yes.
Sometimes off the record?
Yes.
Sometimes on background?
Yes.
And did you generally try to be truthful when you spoke to them?
I was always truthful.
Was there any instances that you recall where you were less than truthful?
No.
So we talked about, what else do you remember? You said 2 or 3.
The other instance, if you say any type of claim, would be Lindsay Boyland.
And we'll get into that in a little more detail. So why don't we go to any others that you remember?
Those are the 2 that I remember. I'm searching my memory bank to see if there's anything else I can remember. I can only remember those 2.
Okay. Did the executive chamber have a human resources function?
I don't know what you mean by human resource function. If you mean individuals who are responsible for processing payroll and addressing issues of accommodation, then I would say yes.
Well, at the Human Rights Campaign, do you have a human resources department?
Oh, at my organization, yes.
Yeah, right now. Okay.
Yes.
So what do they do?
Everything from recruitment to training to reviewing any claims that may arise to working with employees on professional development. They do a variety of things.
So was there any person or group of people or department or division within the executive chamber that played those functions, played those roles while you were at the executive chamber?
I would say probably administrative services played many of those, served many of those functions. I don't know if I would say they served all of them, but they certainly, I think, coordinated with employees on training. I believe they were also involved in recruitment, interviewing, working with employees on a variety of fronts.
And who at administrative services was involved while you were at the executive chamber, involved in recruitment?
Was, I believe, the head of administrative services, and then there were other people who worked with her.
And administrative services, where do they fit within the state bureaucratic structure? Where do they sit?
They are within, I believe they're within the operations construct, the operations unit that includes the director of state operations and others.
And they, administrative services, cover state agencies beyond just the executive chamber, correct?
No,
They just
only
cover.
just covers the executive chamber.
So administrative services covering executive chamber was while you were there.
And others who worked in that department, correct.
And how many other people worked in that department?
I believe 2 or 3 in Albany. And maybe 1 or 2 in New York City.
And they were involved in recruiting employees to work at the executive chamber?
I don't know. I don't know their level of engagement on that.
Did you engage with them before you were retained by the executive chamber?
I worked with the executive chamber with the new administration coming in. So there was my interaction with administrative services, I think, related to getting my access card and getting my electronic device and filling out the appropriate paperwork.
You said they were also administrative services was also involved in training.
Yes.
What types of training did they get?
There's annual training. There's IT training. There's training on cultural competence. There's a number of different trainings they conducted.
How about training on sexual harassment?
Yes.
Is that something the administrative services oversaw?
It's something they managed. Yes.
And did you personally complete training on sexual harassment while you were at the executive chamber?
Yes.
How often did you do that?
I believe once a year.
Okay. And what form did it take? Video, in person? What do you remember?
I remember doing many trainings. Some were virtual, some were in person. I don't specifically recall whether the sexual harassment training was in person or virtual, because I did so many different types of trainings.
Mm-hmm. And during your time there, were you familiar and aware of a sexual harassment policy that applied to the executive chamber?
There was a policy that was, I believe, issued in 2011. It was, I believe, called the Rights and Responsibilities of State Workers. And That policy, if you will, was issued by the Governor's Office of Employee Relations that applied to all state agencies.
Were you familiar generally with the requirements and the law set forth in that policy?
Generally speaking, yes.
Do you have a general understanding of what New York State human rights law requires in terms of employers and what constitutes sexual harassment and what doesn't?
In a very general way, I believe I did.
Mhm. And where did your understanding of those issues come from?
Well, they certainly, I think, came in a very cursory way through going through law school, and were supplemented over time by trainings. I've never done a sexual harassment case, so I don't have that level of expertise. But I certainly have gone through the appropriate trainings to have a general understanding of what the rules would be for an employer.
And now, as the head of the Human Rights Campaign, do you undergo any training relating to sexual harassment, or have you?
Yes, we have trainings, electronic trainings.
And are you based in New York or are you based in somewhere else?
Our main office is in Washington, D.C., and we have satellite offices, including in New York.
And where do you work primarily?
Well, prior to COVID-19, I was in Washington, D.C. every week, and then I would travel all over the country. So I would spend 2 or 3 days in Washington, D.C. I would spend 2 or 3 days in another city, and I would spend maybe a day or two in New York.
While you were at the executive chamber, were there, did you maintain sort of files, personnel files for individuals, state employees, any state employees?
I did not, when you say personnel files, what do you mean?
Or files on any employees? Did you ever maintain any files on employees?
I maintained files on employees where I was involved in any significant interaction that was worth memorializing.
Okay, so what does that mean? How many, let me back up. How many such files did you maintain?
There may have been 6 or 7. I don't remember the number. So if there were conflicts, if I was involved in an issue where I thought it was important to memorialize, then I would.
Okay, so if you got involved with an employee, you would memorialize interactions and save the document? Is that?
Yeah, it was very rare, but yes.
Okay, and what would you, by memorializing and create a file, what did that mean physically? Did you create like a physical file or a folder?
There's a physical, sorry to interrupt, there's a physical file. If there's a memo, there's a memo in that file. If there supportive documents are in that file. And in some instances, it would go in someone's official file, which is held by Human Resources.
Again, held by Human Resources, not, you mean administrative?
Oh, administrative services, same thing.
So you would create a file if you were involved in some issue with an employee.
Correct.
Sometimes you would just keep it to yourself. Sometimes it would go to their official file, which the administrative services maintains.
Yes, but again, it didn't happen that often for there to be that distinction. So, but short answer is yes.
Okay, so when you said that the administrative offices maintain a file for every person in the executive chamber?
I don't know that they do. I assume they do, but I don't know that fact.
And when you sent a file to administrative services, who would you send it to? Who did you send it to, and what did you say?
I don't know that I did forward files to the administrative services. I don't remember instances where I would do that. I can't remember any instance where I did.
So your recollection is that that second set of sending to official files is you don't remember any?
No, that wouldn't be my responsibility. Again, if I'm involved with an employee, it's usually others that are involved, and they would be responsible for doing the appropriate tracking and filing, but not, I wouldn't be sending anything to administrative services.
Not trying to suggest it was your responsibility. I was just following up on your answer, which was sometimes you just maintained it, sometimes you sent over files to put in there, files maintained by administrative services. But it sounds like that second category, you have no recollection of it ever happening.
Yeah, I don't.
So the only thing you remember is in some instances you maintained a file because you were involved with an employee in any particular way.
Correct.
And what did you do in those instances? How did you maintain the files?
Well, again, I think because they're so limited, there would be someone in the conversation who would be responsible for memorializing whatever they needed to memorialize to a memo. That memo would then be shared with me, and then I would save a copy of it.
Where would you save it?
There was a file in my office, filing cabinet.
I see, a physical filing cabinet, and
Correct.
it said, like, what did it say?
Said nothing other than the person's name.
I see. So you would print out the documents, put it in a folder, and put it in your cabinet with the person's name.
Correct.
And how many of those files do you remember creating?
Personnel, involving chamber personnel?
Involving any personnel, any state employee?
It's too hard to say. I'd say maybe 5 or 6.
Okay.
Where there may have been a conversation that I may have been involved in, or may have been something else.
So 5 or 6.
I don't remember, and I don't want you to quote me on that because I just don't remember.
Okay. What names do you remember, if any?
The one I remember is Lindsay Boyland. There was a second person, I believe, who was a fellow who then subsequently left the chamber for poor performance. Those are the 2 that come to mind.
So you remember 2 names, but you think there was probably 5 or 6, or?
Yeah, I can't speculate on that. I just don't remember. I can certainly, I remember, because I remember there was a memo or a letter written about that interaction. And I remember Lindsay Boylan.
And when you left the executive chamber, what happened to your files? Do you know?
I left them within the chamber, and I advised folks where my files were.
Did you retain any electronic copies of any documents?
Yes, I retained electronic copies of a memo that was written by the chief ethics officer, in the Boylan case and the supportive documents. And I also have a copy of the memo or the letter that was written regarding the matter.
So what happened with, what was the issue?
She, I believe, she was a fellow, and all fellows came in pursuant to a program that paid them a certain salary. And she wanted to change the compensation associated with the fellowship in the middle of the fellowship, which we couldn't do because that would put her at an advantage to all of the other fellows that were operating at the same salary.
And she raised that issue with you?
Correct. She was working in my office.
I see. And what did you say?
That we could not change the compensation, that the requirements of the program limited our ability to make any changes to compensation, and making changes to compensation would disadvantage other fellows that started the program at the same time.
And then what happened? Well, how did this end up being a file as opposed to just?
Because there was a letter. I believe she wrote a letter, and I believe there was a response to the letter.
And what did the letter say?
Exactly what I just said. It's to sort of memorialize that statement, or those statements, that we could not change the compensation, that it would create a competitive disadvantage or advantage, and that we couldn't make those changes. And she subsequently left the chamber to work somewhere else.
Where did she go?
I don't remember. To another, maybe to a district attorney's office, or I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. When you were describing her situation earlier, you described it as like a performance issue. But did she have performance issues? It sounds like you're describing a compensation issue in terms of what she was asking for, but what were the performance issues?
The performance issue, I believe she thought that she was doing more than she had initially thought she would be responsible for, making more duties. And as a result, she thought it was appropriate to be further compensated for that.
What were her duties? Who was she reporting to and working for?
She was reporting to an assistant counsel. I don't remember the structure.
Was she someone who had any interactions with the governor, to your knowledge?
No.
Any other files you remember? Lindsay Boylan and?
Those are the two.
So can we turn to just sort of physically where you were located, where your office was located when you were working for the executive chamber? Sure.
I had two offices. One is in New York City, is in New York City, on 3rd Avenue in Manhattan and 40th, I believe. And the second was in Albany in the state capitol.
And did your office in either of those locations changed when you switched roles within the executive chamber from Deputy Secretary for Civil Rights to Chief Counsel?
Yes.
Okay, let's start with the first, when you were Deputy Secretary for Civil Rights. Where did you sit, and who did you sit around?
In New York City, I sat on the 38th floor. There are 39 or 40 floors, 39 floors I certainly know in the New York City office. In Albany, I sat in an office across the rotunda. I don't know how best to describe it, but closer to, I think, Washington Avenue than the other side of the Capitol.
Mm-hmm. And then when you became chief counsel, did you move?
Yes.
Where in New York City, where did you move to? And in Albany, where did you move to?
In New York City, my office moved from the 38th floor to the 39th floor. And there is an office 2 doors down from the conference room, which is where prior councils occupied. So that was my office. And in Albany, my office is the council's office, which is on the other side of the Capitol from Washington Street and further down closer to the end near the Attorney General's office.
And who was the chief counsel in the exec to the governor before you were?
The chief counsel for a very short period of time was, and prior to that.
Okay. And in your 2 different roles at the executive chamber, how often did you see or interact with the governor? We can start with the Deputy Secretary for Civil Rights position.
Difficult to say. As Deputy Secretary, once every few months. During the legislative session or the budget session, maybe more frequency, but I didn't see him very often. But he also, I believe, has public schedules. So it should tell you how often I was with him, but it wasn't very often. As counsel, I would see him or talk to him several times a week.
And were you physically located? Was your office physically closer to his office once you became chief counsel, either first in New York City?
In New York City, his office was at the opposite end of the hall from my office. In Albany, his office also was the opposite end of the hall from my office.
So you wouldn't, in order to meet and speak to him, you would actually have to walk over to down the hall to see him.
Yeah, in Albany, I would have to go through 3 offices, go out the door, walk into his office, past several different assistants, past his assistant before I got to him. That's in Albany. In New York City, his office was 3 offices and a conference room away from mine.
So there were a number of other people who were physically located closer to the office where the governor was.
Yeah. Yes.
Who were those people while you were chief counsel?
So the office closest to his is in Albany, Stephanie Benton. Walking backwards, it would be 2 or 3 executive assistants. Then you would have to leave his office and walk into the hallway to walk back into the corridor. And then I would have to walk past the director of state operations, the chief of staff, the first assistant before you get to my office.
Mm-hmm.
In New York City, my office, and then there was an office of, forgot the title of this person, but someone who worked in the operations department. Then there was another office of someone who worked on not-for-profit issues. Then there was another office of someone who worked in operations. then there was a conference room, and then you would have to go through Stephanie Benton's office to get to him.
So when you saw and met with him, it would be, generally speaking, for specific prearranged appointments because you had to go over there. You wouldn't sort of a regular course just run into him.
Correct. I would meet with him under two circumstances. One, he requests a meeting with me, or he asks for me, or the meeting is scheduled in advance.
And so remind me again, you said as chief counsel, how often would you meet or see him?
On average, once a week. It may increase with frequency, but that meeting also did not only include me. There was a period of time where he met with his entire senior staff. And so I would be in that meeting, and there could be weeks where I wouldn't meet with him at all, other than that meeting.
Mm-hmm. How often were you alone with him?
Without anyone else present?
Correct.
Not very often.
How often?
It's difficult to speculate. Again, I think these public records are available, so I don't want to get this wrong, but I don't believe that it was often at all.
The public record wouldn't reflect if he called, say, come over, I want to talk to you or something, right?
I don't know the answer to that. In some cases, it might. I don't know. But the public record really reflects the frequency of the times that I met with him.
So you're saying in some cases, go ahead.
It was rare that he would, it's difficult to answer the question because during the budget season, for example, where you're negotiating a budget, I may see him 4 times in one day, where there's a bill, where there's the Senate or the Assembly negotiating a bill. And that, as you said, wouldn't be scheduled or on the calendar. So you're absolutely correct. But outside of the budget or the legislative session, it would, in most cases, be scheduled.
So internal meetings with you and the staff would be in his public schedule?
Yes.
And how would it, you said there was a weekly meeting generally with senior staff?
Yes, there were, I believe they were on Mondays.
And who would attend those senior staff meetings?
A lot of people. The secretary to the governor, the director of state operations, the head of communications. The division of budget. There were some special advisors who would attend those meetings. And the composition in some cases shifted depending on what the focus of the meeting was.
And where did those weekly meetings take place?
The meetings occurred depending on where he was. So during the legislative session and the budget session, those meetings would largely take place in Albany. During the non-legislative session, they would take place in New York City.
Okay. And if they took place in New York City, where in the New York City office would you meet?
In his conference room, which, as indicated to you before, is the one closest to his office on the 39th floor.
How about in Albany?
In Albany, it would take place in his conference room.
And did you ever, while you were chief counsel, let me take that back. You said it was very rare that you were just meeting with him one-on-one. Not often.
Not often, but again, I think all of these answers it requires the caveat that if it's during the budget season or if it's during the legislative season where I'm negotiating bills or drafting bills, I may see him more often. And just to give you context, before I left the chamber, I believe one year, there were 700 legislative bills that were passed by the legislature, 700. So there may have been many instances where he was engaged in legislation where I may receive a phone call that the governor wants to see you to talk about a bill or to talk about a policy issue. That would be during the legislative session and during the budget. During the non-legislative session and the budget, most of my interactions with him were scheduled.
And so in the legislative sessions, during the legislative sessions, when he would call and want to talk about a bill, sometimes those meetings would be one-on-one.
Sometimes, but not often. Because those bills, if it was during the budget, it would involve the director of budget. If it was during the legislative session, it may involve a policy person. If it's economic development or housing, it may be a policy person in the meeting as well. So it depended on the issue.
Okay. So going back to the original question, so how often did you meet with him one-on-one?
I can't answer that question
Right.
with
Okay.
any degree of specificity because it changes depending on the season. And I don't think I met with him often during the non-legislative season, often alone.
Okay. How about socially? How often did you go out with him for meals?
I don't believe, well, in New York City, there were instances where we would meet for a meal on the first floor. There's a restaurant called
Doc's.
There's a restaurant called Doc's. So there may have been instances where he was leaving the office and he would say, I'm going to have a meal. Would you like to join? In Albany, I don't recall any instances where we met out of the executive chamber or the mansion, where there were public events with stakeholders and I would attend, or there were meetings that turned into dinners at the mansion.
And how often did you have dinner or a meal with him one-on-one at Doc's or anywhere else?
I don't think I've ever had a meal or dinner with him alone.
I see. So
I can't remember an instance where it was just only the two of us.
So in the instances when he said, I'm grabbing something to eat downstairs at Doc's, why don't you come along? That was with others?
Yes.
Who would it be?
Melissa DeRosa, Stephanie Benton, maybe Jill DeRosier, maybe Danny Lever. It changed. There was no consistency there, and it didn't happen that often.
But you don't remember ever having a meal one-on-one with him?
No, I don't recall a meal with him alone and no one else.
Yep. Sure. Why don't we, if it's okay with you, Mr. David, we'll take like a 5-minute break to change the video. Does that make sense?
We'll break for comfort. 5 minutes. Thank you, Jude.
It's 4:35, so maybe we'll try to get back on at 4:40.
Yes, sir. You got it. Thank you.
This is the end of media unit number 1. We are now off the record at 4:35 p.m.
Mr. David, did you communicate with anyone?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kim. I'm sorry.
Yep.
This is the beginning of media unit number 2. We are now on the record at 4:43 p.m.
Mr. David, did you communicate with anyone during that break?
No. Other than my counsel, no.
So when did you?
I'm sorry, counselor. I hate to bother you. I gotta close this window. I tried to open it, but there's construction going on. All right. Go ahead.
You good? When did you leave the executive chamber?
I left the chamber in July of 2019.
And what was the reason for your leaving the chamber?
I received an offer to join the Human Rights Campaign as its new president.
And when you left, you mentioned 2 files that you took with you. Anything else that you took with you in terms of documents, either electronic or hard copy, from the executive chamber?
No, the executive chamber's records should all be in its possession. I may have.
I'm sorry, sir. You're gonna have to start that answer again because there was a beep of some sort. So
Sure.
the executive chamber's records.
The executive chamber's record should be in its possession. I might have, my documents with respect to my separation. I'm going to have other things that are related to my work, but none of the state agencies' records are in my possession. They're all in the state's possession.
You mentioned that you kept with you or took you with you the files relating to Lindsay Boylan, correct?
No, I have copies. I had copies of memos that were written regarding Lindsay Boylan. The files associated with Boylan are in the possession of the state.
Okay, what's the difference between copies of the documents and the files?
Well, the original memo was written by an assistant counsel. So she has the possession of the original document. The supportive documents were also supplied by a third party, I believe Camille Varlak. So those should be in the possession of the state. I have copies of those documents.
Okay. What other copies of documents did you retain when you left the executive chamber other than copies of the documents relating to Lindsay Boylan?
I may have copies of, as I said before, my employment application, my separation documents, things like that.
The employment application, separation documents, anything else you remember you kept copies of?
Nothing that would be relevant to the state, no.
And copies of Lindsay Boylan, relating to Lindsay Boylan.
Correct.
You also mentioned kept copies of her documents.
Correct. Well, there's two letters in the issue of the issue relating.
Why did you keep copies of Lindsay Boylan's documents?
As I said before, it was rare. I think this may have been the only instance where I was actually involved in a counseling of an employee when I was in the executive chamber. And it was unusual. And I wanted to make sure that I could refresh my memory, provide any feedback if I needed to on that matter, given that it was really the only instance where I can recall where there was an issue regarding a complaint against an employee who subsequently resigned as a result of it.
Did you think you thought it might come up again as an issue that you wanted to have documents to refresh your recollection with?
I didn't think it would come up again, but as an attorney, I wanted to make sure that given that I was involved in the matter, I certainly didn't want to rely on any third party to be responsible for representing, what may or may not have happened. I've practiced law for a long time, so I wanted to certainly make sure that I was in the position to represent any facts as I saw appropriate. Again, I didn't have any belief that it would come up again. I didn't have any inclination that it would come up again, but I certainly knew that it was unique given the circumstances.
So what did you physically do? So you made a photocopy of these hard copy documents?
Yes.
For Lindsay Boylan? And you kept them. What did you do with the original file?
It's in my office. It was left in my office.
I see. You left it in your office it's in a filing cabinet?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, did you tell about that file?
I believe the assistant counsel, who's the chief ethics officer, either had the file or had access to the file, and then it was provided to the new counsels or the new assistant counsels who came in.
And who was the chief ethics officer when you left?
Julia Kupiec.
Did you tell anyone else about the existence of that file?
I'm sure I did. I don't know who, though. As I transitioned from the job, I'm sure I told people in my office where things were. I just can't recall the specific people that I talked to.
Did you tell Melissa DeRosa?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I did. Well, she was certainly aware that there was a memo that was written. I don't know that I had a specific conversation with her about where the file was before I left, but she was aware of his existence.
Anyone else you told about the file, you remember?
None that come to mind.
Stephanie Benton?
Stephanie Benton was probably aware as well at the time that there was a memo that was created, but I don't know that she knew what the physical file was either.
How about Richard Azapar?
Rich as a party was probably aware that she was counseled. Whether or not he was aware that it was memorialized in a file, in a memo, I don't know.
How about the governor?
I never had a conversation with the governor about it, so I don't know what he knows or doesn't know.
Did you ever have any conversations with the governor about Lindsay Boylan at all?
Well, to the extent about Lindsay Boylan, probably. I'm trying to think about what those conversations would have been. Nothing that comes to mind specifically.
How about her allegations?
About her allegations against him?
Yeah.
No.
Any communications with the governor about, I think I used the word spoke. So any communications with the governor about the allegations that Lindsay Boylan had made against
No. I have not spoken with the governor.
Or communicated in any other way?
I have not spoken or communicated with the governor in any way regarding Lindsay Boylan and her allegations.
June, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. David, did you tell anyone that you were taking copies of the documents related to Lindsay Boylan?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
I don't believe there was any reason for me to tell anyone that I was retaining copies of a memo that related to a meeting that I was involved in.
Are there any policies regarding personal retention of executive chamber documents that you're aware of?
There is a policy with respect to retention of records. There is a state policy that applies through the State Department of Archives, and it relates to state records. And original records have to be maintained for a certain period of time in the possession of the state. I don't believe, and I'm not aware of any policy with respect to copies of documents relating to someone's either work product or communications regarding a meeting that they had.
How about the copies of documents relating to? Why did you keep those?
Again, I was involved in a personnel related matter. There were very few that I can now only recall 2. And given the unique nature of those, I wanted to make sure that I had the facility to remember to the extent there were any issues that arise in the future. During my time in the executive chamber, I was not involved in personnel related matters in the chamber. So to the extent those issues arose, they were unique by their very nature.
Did you tell anyone that you were retaining copies of documents relating to?
No.
You mentioned earlier that you were aware of the New York State Employee Handbook.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? And that handbook included policies relating to sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
Can you turn
Yes.
to?
Yes.
Can you turn to? Sorry. Yeah. Can you turn to tab 1 in your binder?
Yes.
And you see, this is a document called a Handbook for Employees of New York State Agencies.
Yes.
Is this the document that you were referring to earlier?
This document is dated May 2020, so I've never seen this document before, but I certainly can state that there was a document created in December of 2011, and I suspect that is similar, but the date on this is different than the document I'm familiar with.
Right. So you're familiar with prior versions of this document?
Without reviewing the entire document, I would suspect that it is an updated version of a prior document that I reviewed, but I have not had the opportunity to review this document.
Okay. Can you turn to page 11 of this document?
Okay.
And you see this, there's a section on sexual harassment.
Yes.
And you see in the middle, it says sexual harassment is prohibited as a form of sex discrimination under human rights law 296.1, and then other provisions that apply to interns and non-employees working for the workplace, and Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII.
Mm-hmm.
Is that consistent with your understanding of New York state law, that sexual harassment is prohibited as a form of sex discrimination?
Yes.
And then the bottom part starts, sexual harassment includes unwelcome conduct, which is either of a sexual nature or which is directed at an individual because of that individual's sex when one, or the first bullet, such conduct has the purpose or effect of unreasonably interfering with an individual's work performance or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, even if the reporting individual is not the intended target of the harassment. 2, second bullet, such conduct is made either explicitly or implicitly a term or condition of employment, or third bullet, submission to or rejection of such conduct is used as the basis for employment decisions affecting an individual's employment. Is that statement generally consistent with your understanding of what constitutes sexual harassment in the workplace in New York?
Yes, generally speaking, yes.
And then the next sentence there says, actions that may constitute sexual harassment based upon a hostile work environment may include, but are not limited to, words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence, which are of a sexual nature, or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Is that consistent with your general understanding as well?
Yes.
And it also goes on to say, sexual harassment also consists of any unwanted verbal or physical advances, sexually explicit derogatory statements, or sexually discriminatory remarks made by someone which are offensive or objectionable to the recipient, which cause the recipient discomfort or humiliation, or which interfere with the recipient's job performance. Is that statement also consistent with your general understanding of the law?
Yes.
And then if you go into the next paragraph, it says, the second sentence says, sexual harassment need not be severe or pervasive to be unlawful, and can be any sexually harassing conduct that consists of more than petty slights or trivial inconveniences. See that?
Yes, I think I see
The
that.
second sentence in the next paragraph.
Oh, I see that, yes.
Yeah. Is that consistent with your understanding of the law?
Generally speaking, yes.
Do you recall, while you were the chief counsel for the governor, that in October, I'm sorry, when did you leave? You left in?
I left in July of 2019.
Okay. Are you aware in October of 2019, the governor signed a law that amended New York State's human rights law to make clear that conduct need not be severe or pervasive to be considered sexual harassment? Is that something you were aware of?
As a general matter, yes, but I was no longer with the chamber at the time.
Mm-hmm. Is that something you had been working on or had any involvement in before you left?
It is something that I had some engagement on. Yes, generally.
To make the standard for sexual harassment lower, that it doesn't, to make it clear that it does not need to be severe or pervasive to be unlawful.
Yes, I believe there was a legislative proposal to make it much easier for victims or survivors of harassment to file complaints in the state.
And did you have discussions with the governor about that?
I don't remember having specific conversations with him outside of discussions with the legislators, the leaders of both houses about the proposal.
So what discussions did you personally have discussions with leaders of both houses about this statute?
I have to be careful here about deliberative privilege, but what I can say is this. During the course of the legislative session or during the budget, there are meetings with the head of the Assembly and the head of the Senate. And during those discussions, they bring their respective counsels to discuss proposals that are up for review in either or both houses. During the course of the legislative session, I certainly recall that there were conversations about this proposal and specific issues related to it and negotiating the bill.
And who was involved in those discussions from the executive chamber other than yourself?
The assistant counsel who negotiated the bill, and I don't remember that assistant counsel's name, but there was an assistant counsel assigned to review, draft, edit, negotiate the bill. I know Melissa DeRosa was likely in those meetings with the legislative leaders. I suspect, though I cannot remember, that Robert Mojica may have been in those meetings as well. And of course, the governor would be in meetings with the legislative leaders.
How about, did Jill DeRosier play any role or in that?
I don't remember that she did. It would be unusual for her to engage in legislative discussions. I don't remember a single instance where she was in a leaders, what they call a leaders meeting.
How about Judy Mogul? Did you overlap with her at all?
I did. I don't believe Judy Mogul was involved either in those conversations where I was present.
Any discussions about this law with Judy Mogul? This change in the law?
I don't remember having conversations with Judy Mogul about this law.
How about Jill DeRosier?
I don't remember having conversations with her either.
Just going, continuing on this page, it goes on to say, it is not a requirement that an individual tell the person who is sexually harassing them that the conduct is unwelcome. Is that consistent with your general understanding of the law?
Yes. Again, I haven't read the law recently, and I know I'm just here as a fact witness, so I'm trying to give you responses, but I can't tell you definitively that that is what the law is without reviewing.
Right, but that's generally consistent with your understanding of the law.
Generally speaking, yes.
And the next sentence, in fact, the human rights law now provides that even if a recipient of sexual harassment did not make a complaint about the harassment to the employer, the failure of the employee to complain shall not be determinative of whether the employer is liable. Is that also generally consistent with your understanding of the law?
Generally speaking, without looking at the law, yes.
And if you go to the next page, page 13, which under the section reporting sexual harassment, you see the last two sentences of the first paragraph. It reads, any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by GOER or pursuant to the employing agency's policy. Furthermore, any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature must report such conduct so that it can be investigated. Is that also generally consistent with your understanding of the law?
That is consistent with my understanding of the policy. I don't know that this is actually reflected in the law, because I would have to look at it, but I certainly know it's consistent with the policy.
It seems consistent with the executive order that we talked about earlier, which was consolidating the investigative function with the GOER. Correct?
Oh, with respect to GOER investigating, certainly. With respect to the specifics that you just referenced there, I'm not sure that's actually in the law. I'm not sure if it's in a policy or an executive order.
These last two sentences are consistent with your understanding of New York State policy that applied to the executive chamber.
Yes.
And then if you can go to page 39 of this document.
Okay.
Under the section retaliation. Retaliation is prohibited. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. That's consistent with your understanding of the law, correct? You can't retaliate against people for bringing claims of harassment.
Yes, retaliation is defined under the law. And I think there's a reference here to what it is.
Yeah, and it reads, Retaliation occurs when an adverse action or actions are taken against the employee as a result of filing a discrimination complaint or participating in the filing of or investigation of a discrimination complaint or requesting an accommodation. You see that?
Yes.
And it says, it goes on to say the adverse action does not need to be job related or occur in the workplace. Retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable person from making or supporting an allegation of discrimination. And such action may be taken by an individual employee. Does that paragraph reflect your general understanding of the law relating to retaliation?
It certainly reflects my general understanding of the policy. It's difficult to answer these questions because you're asking me to opine on what my understanding of the law is without looking at the law. And so I don't want to suggest that I'm giving you answers as a legal expert. I understood I was here just to provide factual responses, and I don't want to give you information that may not be accurate. So I'm trying to be very careful and not make suggestions that may not necessarily be accurate. So I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Yeah, as a factual matter, does this paragraph, is it consistent with your understanding of the sexual harassment policy that governed
Yes.
State agencies?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph says, actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. This can include giving an unwarranted negative reference for a former employee. Is that statement or those two sentences also consistent with your understanding of the policy, the policy that governs state agencies?
Yes.
And while you were in the executive chamber, did you said you participated in or you took sexual harassment related training. Did you ever participate in giving it to anyone?
I don't believe I did.
Can we hold for 1 second?
I don't believe I was trained to provide training, so I don't believe I did.
Can you hold for 1 second? I'm just going to close these blinds I have because it's very bright for me. Sorry. Sorry, I'm back. So you don't remember ever participating in providing training to anyone?
No, I don't believe so.
But you do remember receiving training on sexual harassment policies, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And on sexual harassment policies in particular, do you remember the manner in which you received the training, whether it was in person or video? And I apologize if I've asked this before, but I think I may have asked it more generally. But with respect to sexual harassment policies, do you remember whether you did it sort of video, virtually, in person, or otherwise?
I don't remember. I do know that there was a point in time where there was more virtual trainings than in person. I just don't remember which training I did in person versus virtual. I certainly know that I did them. I just can't remember which mode of which template or framework we ended up using.
And do you remember doing sexual harassment training annually?
You're testing my memory. I don't remember. I know that there was training every 2 years for certain things. There were trainings every year for certain things. I just don't remember the frequency of the trainings.
Mm-hmm. But presumably or do you remember doing sexual harassment training at least more than once during your time?
Yes. Yes.
And was it your understanding that everyone in the executive chamber needed to undergo that training?
Yes,
And that included the governor,
yes,
Melissa DeRosa.
yes.
And is it your recollection that you needed to certify once you completed that training when you did, to say you did?
I do remember signing documents certifying training either electronically or on paper. Which trainings, I couldn't tell you, but I do remember signing some type of certifications.
Okay. And in any of the trainings that you took, was there any training material that in substance stated that questions about the sexual experiences of a subordinate is an appropriate subject of conversation in the workplace?
Ask me the question again.
In any training that you received while you were in the executive chamber, was there anything that suggested or stated that an employee could ask a subordinate about their sexual experiences in the workplace, that would be appropriate under the policy?
No, I don't recall any training that suggested that.
Any policy that could suggest that?
No, I don't recall any policy that would have suggested that either.
Any training that could suggest that questions about age differences in sex partners could be an appropriate subject of conversation in the workplace?
I don't remember the substance of these trainings, so I couldn't tell you. They were all hypothetical trainings, so I couldn't tell you if there were any that related to that. I would be surprised. I don't believe so, but I don't remember the substance of the trainings.
You'd be surprised because well, why would you be surprised if that was a hypothetical?
I haven't heard it framed that way, so it doesn't trigger anything in my memory to say that there was training that suggested that.
Not any policy that would suggest that there are circumstances under which a state employee could ask a subordinate about, their preferences, sexual preferences, and age differences.
I don't believe that I've seen any policy that suggested that.
Any training that you took that could suggest that questions about age differences in sex partners could be an appropriate subject to discuss with a subordinate as part of mentoring. Is that something that you recall ever being suggested in any training?
I don't recall any training making that suggestion.
How about any policy that could suggest that could be appropriate as a mentoring tool?
No, I don't recall any policy.
And how about any training that suggested that talking about age differences in sex partners could be an appropriate subject of jokes with a subordinate?
I don't recall any trainings that would have made that suggestion.
How about any policies?
I don't recall any policies that would have made that suggestion either.
You turn to page 41 of this document you have. It reads at the top, all discrimination complaints and investigations will be kept confidential to the extent possible. Was that your understanding while you were at the executive chamber?
Generally, yes.
And you say generally yes. Were there circumstances where you understood that discrimination complaints and investigations did not need to be kept confidential?
I say generally yes, because I don't remember any discrimination complaints and investigations in the chamber. As I said before, certainly that happened at state agencies. So I'm not aware of any instances where there would have been a need to keep them confidential or not.
But it's generally, this is generally consistent with your understanding of the policy, correct?
Correct, correct.
It goes on to say in the third sentence, any individual involved in an investigation is advised to keep all information regarding the investigation confidential. Breaches of confidentiality may constitute retaliation, which is a separate and distinct category of discrimination. Are those statements consistent with your general understanding of the policy?
Yes, so what the policy says, yes.
And going on to the bottom, it says the procedures for reporting discrimination complaints are designed to ensure the state's anti-discrimination policies are followed, including the state's policies forbidding retaliation. Is that consistent with your general understanding of the policy?
As reflected on this document, yes.
Okay. And it goes on to say the complaint investigation procedures provide for a prompt and complete investigation as to the complaint of discrimination and for prompt and effective remedial action where appropriate. You see that?
Yes.
And is the need for prompt and effective remedial action where appropriate one of the purposes of reporting complaints? Is that consistent with your general understanding of the policy and the purpose behind it?
I can't comment on that. I don't know what the ultimate purpose is of the policy as it relates to effective remedial action.
Well, it states here the complaint investigation procedures provide for a prompt and complete investigation as to the complaint of discrimination and for prompt effective remedial action where appropriate.
Yes, I can say that's what this document said, but I think you had asked a different question. I just want to be careful I'm not opining on the purpose of why whoever drafted this.
So your understanding is that taking prompt and effective remedial action is not necessarily one of the purposes for reporting harassment claims.
Well, again, I can't comment on the purposes of reporting harassment complaints as it relates to this document.
I'm asking your understanding of the purposes. And you're saying you have no understanding of why there is a policy requiring reporting. That's an answer.
No, well, if you're asking me generally, why would you have a complaint process for people to report complaints? There are a variety of reasons. You want a complaint process so that people have a venue to file complaints. You want a complaint process so that there's clarity with respect to where people should file complaints. You want a complaint process so there's a level of consistency. You want there are so many different reasons.
My question is,
I don't know what you're asking.
Okay, my question is, your understanding is one of the purposes behind having a reporting policy to ensure that you can take prompt and effective remedial action where appropriate.
Yes, that's one of the reasons, yes.
And then you go on, it goes on to say an employee with supervisory responsibility has a duty to report any discrimination that they observe or otherwise know about. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
It also says a supervisor who has received a report of workplace discrimination has a duty to report it to GOER or in accordance with the employing agency's policy, even if the individual who complained requests that it not be reported. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
And so, and I think you've answered this question before, and I apologize if I'm asking again, but when you were at the chamber, you are not involved in any reporting of or investigating of any sexual harassment claims.
Correct.
Any claims of racial harassment?
When you say racial
Or
harassment.
harassment based on race?
Harassment based on race.
Or
So
discrimination.
Race discrimination.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that there were any complaints involving race discrimination when I was in the chamber.
June, could I jump in while we have
Sure.
this in front of us? If you could turn to page 17 of the document that's in front of you.
Who was that talking? Was that you, Jennifer?
No, that was Ann Clark.
Okay, I don't see it, so it's hard for me. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And at the top of that page, there's a reference to dress codes, uniforms, grooming, and appearance standards.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, state agencies may not require dress, uniforms, grooming, or appearance that differ based on gender, sex, or sex stereotypes. Any dress code must be applied consistently regardless of gender or gender identity. Was that your understanding of policy when you were at the executive chamber?
Yes. The only reason I hesitate is because I think there was a change in policy and or law as it relates to gender identity. But I believe this is generally correct.
Sticking with gender as opposed to gender identity for the moment, is it your understanding that under executive chamber or state policy, it would be a violation of policy for a managerial employee to tell a female employee that she should wear a dress instead of a pantsuit to work?
I can't draw that conclusion. That's a legal conclusion that I'm not going to draw.
I'm asking about policy. Would it comport with the executive chamber or state policy for a manager to tell a female employee that she should wear a dress as opposed to a pantsuit to work?
I can't answer hypotheticals because, as we all know, it would be drawing a legal conclusion based on a hypothetical that I just wouldn't be comfortable answering.
Can you think of any situation in which there would be a work-related reason for a manager in the executive chamber or in the state government to tell a female employee that she needed to wear a dress to work as opposed to pants?
A work-related reason? I can't speculate. I don't know. The difficulty in responding to hypotheticals under oath is that I'm going to make a representation that is not going to be comprehensive. And I'm drawing a legal conclusion that I don't want to draw because it's not going to be potentially accurate. So I don't mean to be difficult. I just, as a lawyer, I don't want to answer questions about hypotheticals where there may be an exception that I haven't thought through, haven't reviewed the law extensively, haven't reviewed the regulations. So that's why I want to just be careful and just answer the questions with respect to the facts that I may or may not know rather than hypos.
Is it your understanding that, do you have any understanding as to whether under executive chamber or state policy, it would be a violation of policy to require female employees to dress in a way that accentuated their sexuality or their attractiveness, and not to require impose such a requirement upon men in the office?
Again, I think I can certainly imagine instances where there is such a policy that would violate the law, but it depends on what that policy is and how it's drafted and enforced. And without more detail, I don't want to draw a legal conclusion that may be subject to modifications.
I'm not asking about the law. I'm asking about your understanding of policy when you were either chief counsel to the governor or in charge of civil rights for the executive chamber. What was your understanding of the policy that applied to you and your coworkers at that time?
Well, the policy is reflected in these documents. So I can certainly attest, and again, this is a May 2020 document, but I can certainly attest to what the policy was in 2011. But what I don't want to do is to comment on hypotheticals that may result in a different answer depending on what the facts are.
Let me ask you a factual question. Do you remember anyone in the executive chamber asking someone in substance, to wear a dress
No,
instead of a pantsuit?
no,
Do you remember anyone in the executive chamber commenting on the attire of female employees?
when you say commenting, would it be you look nice, or what do you mean by commenting?
Sure, let's cover all of the.
Okay.
What comments do you remember about people's clothing?
Everything from that is a very nice suit, to I like the color of your shirt, to I like the color of your tie, to that's a very nice dress, to that's a very nice color scarf. I certainly remember instances where people would comment in a very positive way about what people were wearing. And I also remember instances where people would comment on shoes or hairstyle or makeup or something else.
Let's start with the governor. Do you remember any instances where the governor commented on people's clothing?
He certainly commented on mine.
What kind of comments?
Very nice suit, or why is it that your shoes are not shined? If my shoes weren't shined and I was walking in the rain. He certainly commented on the appearance of some of the other senior members. So I remember those instances.
What other senior members?
Robert Mojica would be, nice shirt or nice tie. There were instances where I would grow a beard during the state budget process. And he may ask me, did you lose your razor? Just as senior staff. So Robert, me, maybe Melissa. Maybe Stephanie.
And what kind of comments to Stephanie did you hear?
That is a very nice dress, or nice coat, or something like that.
How about Melissa?
Same. There was nothing distinctive. I remember the comments as it related to me because I think there was a comment about my shoes not being shined. And after that incident, I think my shoes were always shined. But with respect to the other employees, there was nothing noticeable or distinctive that I would remember to recall at this point.
Do you recall the governor ever making any comments about anyone's clothing as it related to their body, such as that it showed off somebody's legs or showed off their figure or anything along those lines?
No. No.
Did you ever hear anyone say there was an expectation that women who worked in the governor's office wear high heels at work when the governor was going to be around?
No, I read that in the newspaper, but I was not aware of that.
Is that consistent with your observations from that time? That they generally did?
No. Well, Melissa DeRosa certainly wears high heels. Jill DeRosier doesn't. I was often with the governor. My assistant counsels didn't wear high heels either. And some of them did interface with him as well. So I didn't see a level of consistency among the women, and I wasn't paying attention to track what people were wearing, but I don't recall that all of the women were wearing high heels. I didn't get that impression.
How about the executive assistants who would generally sit right outside his office?
I didn't have occasion to see what the executive assistants were wearing in most cases. I mean, they were sitting behind desks. So I don't know what they were wearing on their feet. Couldn't tell you.
Let me ask you about your recollection of the record retention policy at the executive chamber.
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about the record retention policy?
I know that, this is again testing my memory, but I know that the state archives requires that state agencies retain records for a certain number of years, maybe 6 years. And there was a chamber policy that conformed with that. And there was a policy encouraging employees to engage in some type of email management system. And I think their recommendation was 90 days for emails. That was a policy that I think went through a few different iterations, but I think I remember it being somewhere near 90 days.
Do you remember that 90-day policy becoming an issue with publicly? It wasn't long
Yes.
enough?
Yeah, I do.
What do you remember about that?
I know that the policy was in place when the governor came into office. It was a 90-day policy for emails being retained that were not net records. But it was I don't know if it was enforced or not enforced, or it certainly was manual. Sort of employees independently determine how to enforce the policy. I believe at some point it shifted from a manual policy to an automatic deletion policy. And I think that caused a fair amount of concern. And so it was shifted back to be a manual policy where employees control how they implement the policy.
And did you participate in any research on how other states retained emails and their retention policies?
I know the members of my staff did. They did some research on what other states do, and I do recall generally that there was a fair amount of inconsistency. There were states that had policies with, for a week or a few weeks, and there were others that had policies for several years. I don't remember that there was a clear, consistent policy among the states.
Do you remember being part of a decision to then eliminate the 90-day retention policy?
I remember that there were conversations
What do you remember?
about the modification of the policy. Yes,
And was the view that 90 days was not long enough?
I think, I'm not sure if that was the conversation, but I'm also not sure that I can get into the details of those conversations given privilege.
But that was the criticism, was that
Yes.
90 days was not long enough.
Well, the criticism, I think, was that the policy shifted from a manual policy to an automatic policy. That's what I remember. But I think there has been, prior to that debate, I think there had been some interest in extending the policy beyond the 90 days. So there are two different issues, but I believe that both issues were raised during that debate.
And you recall that there were states with mandatory deletion policies of less than 90 days?
I don't remember. I know that there were states that had policies of less than 90 days. I don't know if they were automatic deletion policies.
So you think there were states that had policies that allowed for individuals to delete state records in less than 90 days?
No. So there's a clear distinction in the law between records and non-records. So records have to be retained for, in many cases, a long period of time. I believe it's several years. As opposed to non-records, there is a wide variation in what states do. There were some states that I think were 30 days. There were other states that were several years.
Did you, while you were working in the executive chamber as the chief counsel, what devices did you use?
I was assigned a BlackBerry.
Any other devices?
I was assigned, I received an iPad as well, and a computer.
An iPad, you said?
Yeah.
And how did you generally communicate with the governor?
I communicated through what's called pins. It's a feature on Blackberries, is the equivalent of a text on a BlackBerry.
Mm-hmm. And did you communicate with anyone else through BlackBerry pins?
Yes, I did.
Who else?
Melissa DeRosa. It's the senior staff, primarily, if it was anything that was potentially confidential.
Mm-hmm. And these would be exchanges relating to office business, correct?
Yes.
And you said if it's confidential, you would use pins?
Not necessarily. Someone may have sent a pin that said, "Would you like to go to dinner?" Or it may be something that's, there may be a meeting with a member of the legislature, or it may be something else. It ran the gamut.
Or it could be substantive.
Or it could be substantive, correct.
And was there any concern what's your understanding of the retention of BlackBerry pins?
Could I have to deal with a minor urgent matter with work.
Okay.
And I just take 30 seconds to respond to this?
Sure. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, good.
We are now off the record at 5:43 p.m. We are now on the record. The time is 5:52 p.m. Back from break.
And I can ask that question again right before we take a break. What's your understanding of BlackBerry pins? How long they are retained or not?
I don't know what their policy is, what the policy is on BlackBerry pins.
How about just the practice? Did you used it, right?
Sure.
And when you would send BlackBerry pins, and received them, what did you see about how long they were kept on the device?
I don't know that the device itself operated in a way to take action on the pins. I think the actor had to either clean out their email system, and I did that regularly just to make sure I didn't have 5,000 emails. So I would go through email management and make sure I wasn't saving everything that didn't need to be saved. But I don't think that there was a general understanding of how people treated pins.
You had an understanding that BlackBerry pins were not getting picked up by the executive chambers like email servers, correct?
I don't know that I knew that.
Okay. Well, you mentioned that for particularly confidential communications, you would use pins, right?
Well, yes, I would use pins for all communications with the governor. He did not have an email, so there was no other way to communicate with him but through pins.
Mm-hmm.
For others, we communicated through pins, through emails, sometimes both. Everything I did in most cases was through the lens of counsel. So it would have been confidential anyway. Didn't really matter what form I used.
Was there any discussion about using pins for particularly confidential communications?
No, not with me.
Okay, so, but you said that a few moments ago. Where did that come from?
The very nature of the work that I do, and also the only way that I communicate with the governor would be using pins.
But you said that in the context of communicating with others in the executive chamber.
No, the people that I communicated with using pins were limited really to the senior staff. I didn't communicate using pins with others.
Mm-hmm. So there were no discussions about when to use pins and when not to? Is that testimony?
I don't remember a conversation about instructing me how to use pins.
Mm-hmm. Or a general understanding of when to use pins and when to use other means of communication?
No, no, not with me.
Was there any concern on your part that using BlackBerry pins might not result in the proper preservation or retention of office-related communications?
No, because under the state archives process and under the law, records are clearly defined, and you would have to preserve those records consistent with the law.
Mm-hmm. And were you going through your pins to determine if any of those might constitute records or not?
Yes, I think the definition of records are fairly prescribed. I don't believe that any of the pins that I had would constitute records, at least at the time when I was drafting them or receiving them.
So it was your understanding that other than records defined, as you've said, pretty narrowly prescribed, that there was no obligation otherwise to retain any office-related communications?
Absent litigation or a litigation hold, those are the two instances where there was an obligation to retain, where it was a record under the law, or there was a litigation or anticipation of litigation. And in those instances, litigation holds would be submitted to the relevant people.
Mm-hmm. So what was your understanding about the sort of public outcry about the 90-day auto deletion?
Well, as I said,
it wasn't specific to records as you defined it, right? It was relating generally to the auto deletion after 90 days.
I think the concern was twofold. based on my memory. One was that the policy was shifting from a manual policy to an automatic policy, which could potentially implicate records. And so there was a concern there. And I think the second concern is there had been some advocacy to extend the email policy beyond 90 days. And I think that advocacy began before the governor came into office. And it may continue today, I don't know.
How about the use of personal emails, email addresses, email accounts? What was your understanding of the rules governing use of personal emails?
Personal emails were generally not encouraged. If I recall correctly, either there was training about this or maybe there was some direction from IT, I don't remember. But I do recall that there was some understanding that there was a preference for people to use government emails when they were engaging in official work business, as opposed to personal emails.
Mm-hmm. And you understood it merely as a preference, as opposed to a rule?
I don't know that I saw a rule or a policy. I can't remember. It may be a policy, it may be a rule. I know that that was my practice.
Did you ever use your personal email account to conduct official government communications?
I cannot say ever, just simply because it's too definitive, but I can certainly say that in most instances, I used government email.
Were there instances where you used personal email?
I don't recall, but there may be an instance where I may have been traveling out of the country and may have, I just don't know, but under normal circumstances, no.
Were there other people in the executive chamber who did use their personal email accounts that you observed for government business?
There were an occasion where people would use their personal emails and then they were either advised to stop doing it. In some instances, when you're typing an email, the email auto-populates. And so someone may inadvertently send an email to someone's personal email. So under those circumstances, someone would say in response to an email, deleting my personal email, responding with my official work email. So I remembered some instances there. I don't know that, yeah.
You don't recall anyone in the executive chamber more regularly using personal emails?
For official work business?
Yeah.
Official chamber business? No, I don't recall that people did that. I'm not saying they didn't. I just don't recall them doing that. Not with me on a regular basis.
But you've said some people used personal emails and were told not to. Who do you remember that happening to?
I can't, I mean, this has been several years. I can't remember. I just, when I received the question, I remember instances where someone would respond to an email with their official work email because someone may have inadvertently emailed them at their personal email.
So mostly your recollections, inadvertent use. You said the auto-populating.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember people using their personal emails for official work business as a matter of course.
Do you remember this ever being the subject of public scrutiny, the fact that people in the executive chamber were using personal emails for official business? That's not something you remember?
No. I remember the email policy. I remember there was, this may have happened around the same time that there was some concerns about Hillary Clinton using personal emails. I remember that. I don't remember that there was a concern about, as a matter of practice, chamber employees using personal email. I don't remember that.
Okay. Suji, could we display tab 37? Sorry, I think this is one it's not in the binder. It's not a long document, it's an article. If we could just pull it up.
On a share screen?
Yeah.
No problem.
So this is an article from August of 2014. You wouldn't yet have been chief counsel, correct? You would have.
Correct.
And if you can give this a read, it's not a very long article, and we'll scroll down when you get to it.
Okay.
Counselor, have any of these exhibits been marked as from my end today, or?
It has not been marked. We can send you marked versions
Okay,
after.
great, thank you.
Okay, you can continue. Okay.
Okay. So going back up to the second page, Suji, go down to where it says using personal email accounts can help officials hide communications that are supposed to be available to the public. It also violates New York State's technology policy unless it is explicitly authorized.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you remember ever being discussed? The fact that people thought that personal email accounts were being used to hide communications that are supposed to be available to the public?
No, this is the first time I'm reading this article.
Okay.
And I didn't know these facts.
Okay.
So this is the first time I'm seeing this.
So you don't remember any discussions about this while you were at the executive chamber? No,
this happened in, it appears, 2014. I was a deputy secretary at the time.
But you were in the executive chamber, right?
I was in the executive chamber as a deputy secretary, but I've never seen this article before. I've never read it before. And it now says that it also violates the technology policy unless explicitly authorized. So there you go.
But the subject you don't remember ever coming up or being discussed with anyone?
Not with me present.
Okay. Lower down, it says, underscoring the Cuomo camp's penchant for secrecy, another aide reportedly encouraged other government officials to use personal email accounts for politically sensitive communications. Does that jog your memory at all as to whether there was any discussions that you were a part of?
Nope.
On using personal email accounts?
Nope.
Okay. Can we go back up to the top? And it says, in its response this March, Cuomo's office issued a blanket denial. Staffers do not use their personal email accounts for government business. Is that statement consistent with your experience while you were at the executive chamber?
I can't speak for staffers. I can speak about my experience, what I did and what my lawyers did. I can't account for what other people did. I'm not familiar with people using on a regular basis or as a matter of course their personal email accounts for government business.
But you received emails from people, correct?
Certainly.
Yeah. And sometimes they were from personal email accounts, correct?
Again, without showing me a document, I can't recollect any specific instance, and I can't give you a degree of frequency. It's just been years, and I just don't remember this happening on a level of frequency that would have jogged my memory.
Did you recall receiving emails from personal email accounts from other staffers for non-government business?
Non-government business. Sure.
What types of emails?
Someone's birthday. Personal issues. A get-together. Those types of things.
So generally speaking, if people were emailing you from their personal accounts, it was generally your recollection is generally non-government business.
As a general matter, correct.
Other than instances where you think it auto-populated by mistake.
Those are the instances that I recall.
Can put that down, I think. So we were talking a little bit earlier about your personal interactions with the governor.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever travel with him?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you travel with him?
My travels would all be reflected in the public records. I don't want to guess, but it also depended on the time of season. It depended on the issues that we were working on. It's hard to say, not regularly.
Mm-hmm.
I generally traveled by car.
So, but sometimes you were on a plane with him from New York, in New York State? New York,
yes.
Albany. How often did you think that happened?
As counsel, well, first, as deputy secretary, I don't remember it happening at all. It may have happened once or twice. As counsel, twice a quarter, maybe. That's a guess. Again, I think the best source would be the public records.
How about on the helicopter? Have you ever taken the helicopter with him?
I have.
How many times?
Again, I don't remember. I think the public records would be best. Don't want to give you an answer that's just not accurate, but I would also guess 2-3 times a quarter. But that's a guess.
How about international travel? Did you ever travel with him outside of the United States?
No.
How about
I did travel with him I spoke too soon. This is why I think I would strongly advise just looking at the public records, because I don't want to say anything that's not accurate. I believe I traveled with him to the Virgin Islands after the hurricane, and to Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States, as we all know. I believe those are the only 2 instances that I did, but the public records would be the best source.
Mm-hmm. How about Israel? Did you go?
No, I did not travel to Israel.
And Virgin Islands, who went on that trip with you from the executive chamber?
I know Melissa DeRosa went. I can't remember the others. I just remember where she sat in the plane. I don't remember the others who went. In Puerto Rico were others. Robert Mujica went, and there may have been others.
And on Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, do you know who had their hotel rooms next to the governor's?
No,
You had no knowledge?
no.
In your personal interactions with the governor, did he ever speak harshly to you or yell at you ever?
No, I remember one argument that we had in my 12 years of working with him, and it was on a policy issue. But I don't know. He generally, no.
And what was that policy issue?
I don't remember specifically. It was on a policy issue, and it was in New York City, that I remember.
And in that instance, which was it? I guess I had asked a compound question. Did he ever speak harshly to you or yell at you?
We just had an argument. We had an argument about a policy issue, but that was it.
Mm-hmm. How about joking? Did he ever joke around with you?
I'm sure he did. Yes, I mean, he would joke about my beard during the course of the budget season, or he would joke about the fact that my eyes were closing during the budget season because I hadn't slept in 2 or 3 weeks. So he would joke about certain things.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever make any comments in your presence or jokes of a sexual nature?
No.
How about, jokes or comments that were suggestive sexually in any way?
No.
Okay. And I hate to use a term coined by Melania Trump, but locker room talk, that type of conversation in your presence?
I don't know what that means, actually.
Okay. Did he ever joke in your presence that he was the one who legalized sodomy?
No.
Any joke or comment remotely similar?
I don't remember him ever saying that. No. That is something I think I would remember. No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Any discussions about, for example, playing strip poker?
No.
You don't remember that?
No, that did not. I have no recollection of that ever happening.
So you don't remember, how about any jokes about the size of his hand, for example?
I do remember that there were jokes about his hands being sort of, I don't want to say disformed, but sort of, not, I think, attractive. Some people, I think his brother would joke about his hands, and he would say that. But that was in that context.
How about jokes about his hands being big?
I don't, I mean, I don't remember that, but what I do remember are, his brother or someone joking about his hands being sort of like gloves almost.
Do you remember him ever showing you or talking about a cigar box in his office, in the offices?
I remember that he did point to certain objects in his office, paintings, different items that he received from people, and the cigar box was one of them.
A cigar box from Bill Clinton, correct?
Yeah, I remember that because I don't smoke, and I think he had offered me a cigar, and I said no, I don't smoke. I think it was with Robert and others who do, and he had mentioned he had gotten it from Bill Clinton.
Mm-hmm. How many times had you heard him talk about that cigar box?
Once or twice.
Whose presence?
I think the one instance, I was in the room with maybe Robert and maybe one or two other people. And then there was another instance where I believe he was giving a tour of his office. I don't know to who, but certainly to an external person, like an advocate or someone from out of New York. He was giving a tour of, I received this painting from my mother, and I received this from Bill Clinton, and I received that from my father. And so I recall the box being referenced there as well.
Mm-hmm. Any women that he referred it to?
Not that I can recall.
You are aware of the allegations about Bill Clinton and cigars and Monica Lewinsky, right?
Vaguely.
What do you vaguely know?
Well, I think it's probably more appropriate for you to tell me.
No, it's actually, I would like to know what you know. What I know is sort of irrelevant.
I think I know that it involved Monica Lewinsky in some way. I don't know the facts and I don't know the details, but I do know there is some reference to Monica Lewinsky in a cigar box.
Did you ever see the governor touch anyone? We'll start with staff.
Touch anyone? Yes, he would hug me after the legislative session or give me a hug after the budget. He would do the same to Robert and to Melissa. He would hug. Usually the physical contact that I remember was associated with an accomplishment. Completing the budget on time, finishing the legislative session, advancing a piece of policy. And it was usually after an event or after a press conference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure. Should we?
This is, yep.
Should we use this real quick?
Well, yeah, let me just take us off the record really quick. This is the end of media unit number 2. We are now off the record at 6:22 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 3. We are now on the record at 6:25 p.m.
So, Mr. David, when we took a break, we were talking about the times then the governor would hug you, and said usually after an accomplishment or something. Did he ever kiss you?
He did.
Okay. On what occasions?
Again, after we passed the budget, he would kiss me on my cheek. After the end of a legislative session, he would do the same. These were periods where I was operating on no sleep. Literally go through 3 weeks where I wouldn't sleep. I would leave the office at 6 a.m. I would go to the hotel. I would shower. I would run, and then I would go back to the office. So after going through that process for 2 or 3 weeks, we would then conclude with a budget or conclude with legislative session. And then there would be some announcement of what the components of the budget are. And then he would, after announcing it, he would hug, sometimes kiss on the cheek, sometimes a handshake. So yeah, under those circumstances.
Did he ever kiss you on the lips?
I don't remember that. No.
Have you ever seen him kiss anyone on the lips?
Maybe Sandra Lee, but I can't say that definitively.
How about any staff? How about any state employees?
No.
I'm sorry. I just gotta close the door. This is not off the record. Give me 2 seconds.
Sam's got a lot of issues. Okay.
No, that the family's home at this time,
All right, no problem.
Go ahead.
Thought you were gone.
June, we knew we were in trouble when he didn't know what a red world was. But
I know. Am I the only one? I'm not particularly like. I gotta say, when I first heard Red World, I didn't know what that meant. But now.
Yeah, but guess what? I was in construction, so I know what locker room talk is.
Can you explain it to Mr. David?
thank God you're not. Thank God you're not under oath.
Yeah, I'm not under oath, and I can't make any remarks that could implicate the record. All right.
Are we back on the record?
Yes.
Okay. Did the governor ever slap you on the behind?
Maybe, but I don't think so. Certainly patting on the back after an event, something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. But you don't remember him tapping you on the butt?
I don't remember that.
And then how about in public settings with people publicly? Did you observe him interacting with people publicly?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe him hug or kiss people publicly?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see?
It depended, of course, on the person. So, for example, at the executive mansion, if there's an event for Black History Month, he may introduce someone who he knows well, maybe Hazel Dukes, who works at the NAACP, and he will kiss her on the cheek and hug her. I've seen him do that with his mother. I've seen him do that with a variety of people who I believe he knows well. And those were generally at public events.
Did you ever see him at either public events or within the chamber hugging or kissing someone who appeared quite uncomfortable or appeared uncomfortable with the contact?
No.
You don't remember seeing anything like that?
No.
Could we put up, Suji, just a few pictures, 56? These are some pictures of the governor. Is that, have you seen the governor doing that type of touching where he grabs people in the face? And yeah, well, why don't we start just grab people in the face like that?
I've certainly seen him do sort of embrace people in that way or approach people in that way, yes.
And grabbing them in the face like that before he kisses them?
I've seen him approach people with his hands on their shoulders or face, certainly. I've seen him do that many times at public events.
So you've seen him hold a woman like that many times at public events?
No, I can't comment on this picture because this picture suggests something else. I can say that if the question is, have I seen him use his hands to interact with people at public events, the answer is yes. If the question is, have I seen him engage with another person as reflected in this picture, the answer is no.
You said this picture suggests something else. What do you see this picture suggesting?
There may be some discomfort there, but it's a little blurry, but there appears maybe there's some discomfort.
Yeah, you agree that in this picture, the woman looks uncomfortable.
Just the last picture, the facial expression appears to be some discomfort.
So when you said you did not observe the governor grabbing or kissing someone where the person looked uncomfortable, you agree that this person looks uncomfortable, and if you remembered seeing anything like this, you would have answered yes to that?
Correct.
Okay. Can we show the next photo? Similar in that picture, do you agree she looks uncomfortable?
It's very difficult to tell and draw conclusions about a picture. I don't know this person. I don't know what the conversation is. I don't know the context, the circumstances. So that's one conclusion someone could draw from looking at it. It's
you've seen him often put his hands right there around the neck and head of a woman?
I wouldn't say often, no.
Have you seen him do that?
I've seen him interact with people using his hands, but
around the neck and face?
I can't compare that to this incident. It's difficult to do a compare contrast.
So you think you may have seen him hold people in this manner around the neck and head before?
No. What I'm saying is I have seen him use his hands to interact with people. I cannot comment on this photo, what happened in this photo, what the level of engagement is in this photo. I can't comment on.
I guess my question is, have you seen him interact with people physically in this way where the hand is around the neck and face?
I've seen him use his hands in interacting with people in a variety of ways. I don't want to compare my experience with this experience because I don't know about this experience.
Okay, well, we put the photo down then, and I'll ask you, have you seen him interact with people where he puts his hand around a woman's neck and face before he kisses them? Have you seen that?
I've seen him use his hands to interact with people of both genders, of all genders. I don't want to suggest that it's only one versus another, because that wouldn't be.
I understand you've said that several times. My question is, have you seen him interacting with people using his hands around the neck and face?
With people, yes.
Okay, before he kisses them.
I don't know if that in all of those cases he ultimately kisses them or not. I'm not monitoring him in that way, so it's difficult to answer the question as precisely as you're asking me to answer it.
June, could I jump in?
Yeah, please.
Did you ever see anyone when the governor put his hands on or tried to kiss, see them pull away from the governor's physical contact with them?
No.
Did you ever observe or witness the governor asking someone to sing for him?
To sing for him? No. But I do know at some of the holiday events, people performed skits for their colleagues and he was present. But I'm not aware of any instance where he asked someone to perform for him.
How about in the chamber, asking someone to sing?
In the executive chamber?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall. I recall him singing in some instances at the end of the day, because I worked very late, so I was often the last person in the chamber, so he would leave the office. In some cases, he was humming or singing in the New York City office, because he would walk by my office to leave. In the Albany office, I don't remember that, no.
How about asking anyone to memorize lyrics and to recite them for him?
No.
You mentioned that there's only one instance when the governor, you and him, he had an argument with you. Did you ever hear him speak harshly to others?
Yes.
Okay, on what occasions?
Instances where,
Just by counsel, just be mindful of the context to the extent that it can constitute a privileged conversation. And just be mindful of that, otherwise you can testify to your observations.
instances where something was done incorrectly, or there was a major snafu as it relates to the implementation of something, or there was a major mistake that someone made. Those are the instances that I recall.
Mm-hmm. And in those instances, what do you recall? Did he raise his voice, or did he speak harshly, or what did he do?
Raise his voice.
Yell?
Raise his voice.
Mm-hmm. He never raised his voice with you, other than in that one instance?
Other than in that one instance, no.
Okay. Who did you hear him raise his voice to?
In some cases, I wouldn't know. I would just hear loud voices. I wasn't in the room. So I couldn't tell you.
So you would hear it from outside the office, outside his office?
Yeah, I would hear it if I was walking by his office in the New York City office. I would hear it certainly during budget negotiations. There were very heated discussions with the legislative leaders on a variety of things. In some cases, they rose their voices. In other cases, he did. So I was involved in those conversations. And in other instances, I would just overhear raised voices.
Did you ever hear him threaten anyone?
No, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I know that has a legal meaning, but no.
How about just bullying?
Again, I've heard him raise his voice, but that of course has a legal meaning as well. So I want to be careful that I'm not drawing a legal conclusion here.
Have you ever hear him compare someone, say that he compares someone to a child rapist?
No.
You've never heard that?
No.
Okay. Have you heard of that accusation?
I did. I heard that recently, listening to a podcast, I believe, a New York Times podcast.
Mm-hmm. And did you listen to it?
I did.
Okay. Okay. Well, can we play that part? It's tab 60, Suji.
If you ever say, well, he's better than a Republican again, I'm going to say you're better than a child rapist. How about that?
Governor,
You play a little bit longer.
I apologize, but I got to clarify one thing. You're free to say whatever you want, Governor. But I just want to be clear. Our line is going to be that we have differences with you, but our differences with Republicans are far greater. That's what we're going to continue to say, because that is, we don't have 100% agreement. And quite frankly, Governor, we're very comfortable with you saying the same thing. You probably think many of our positions, you don't have to agree with us.
I think you're better than a child rapist. I just want you to know.
Ultimately,
you can pause it. You said you had listened to this. Did that surprise you, him talking in this manner?
Did it surprise me? Given what I have read recently in all of the news reports, maybe not currently surprised, but that's a characterization based in time for me, because my perception has shifted over time based on information that's been disclosed.
When you say given the news reports, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the top podcast that you just played.
Mm-hmm. Other than that, anything else that?
I think there have been other allegations recently by others who have suggested similar comments that have been made, or other comments that have been made.
Like what?
I think there was an assembly member who claims that he was, I don't know what word he used to characterize it, but he had a conversation and felt that it was not appropriate.
Mm-hmm. And you said, given those news reports, your perception has changed. What do you mean by that?
Well, you're asking me whether or not I was surprised. So by definition, surprised would mean that I'm not aware of any instances that would inform my current thinking. My current thinking is now informed by things that I'm reading and listening to that I made or was not aware of in the past.
And you mentioned earlier that you didn't want to characterize conversations that the governor had, that you heard, as either threatening or bullying. In the way you use those words and as you understand them, would saying that you're going to compare someone to a child rapist be something you would consider as threatening?
I wouldn't characterize it either. That's a legal conclusion. I wouldn't characterize.
No, not legally. I'm just using the word of threaten. You understand that has a meaning in English beyond the legal definition?
Certainly.
Okay. Would you consider someone saying, I'm going to compare you to a child rapist to be threatening?
Depends on the circumstances. Depends on the collateral consequences associated with that statement.
Okay. In what circumstance would comparing someone to a child rapist not be threatening?
I can't engage in hypotheticals. I won't do it because I don't want to be in a position where I'm making a statement on the record where it could be non-comprehensive or incorrect. I'm trying to be very careful to be clear with all of my responses, which is why I don't want to speculate or draw legal conclusions.
So you can't say that comparing someone to a child rapist is something you would consider threatening. You're refusing to say that.
I'm refusing to characterize it because I think it depends on the actors. So I'll give you a hypothetical in response. If you have two friends that are making that comment to each other, it may not be considered threatening because they're two friends. If you have someone in a position of power making that comment to someone else where they're in the position to actually affect their lives, it could be. So that's why hypotheticals are difficult to answer because they are informed by factors.
You consider the governor to be someone in a position of power, correct?
Depends on certain people, yes. He may be a person in position of power to someone living in New York. He may not be a person in position of power to someone living in Florida.
So you said you listened to this podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you understand that it was made in the context of the Working Family Party not having endorsed the governor, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you understand that it was in response to a comment from that person saying he's better than a Republican, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that context, the governor saying, I'm going to compare you to a child rapist, that you're better than a child rapist. Are you prepared to say that that is threatening under the common use of the English word?
What I'm prepared to say is that I can certainly conclude that it was meant to insult the person. I'm not sure that I am prepared to say that it was meant to threaten the person. I don't know what the governor could or would do in response to that statement, which is why, again, I don't want to draw legal conclusions about what he said and what the consequences could have been. I don't know.
David, I'm not asking you for a legal conclusion, and you can answer it the same way if you want. I'll ask you one more time.
Correct.
Listening to that call where the governor says, I'm going to say you're no better than a child rapist.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot say that that sounds threatening. Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer a yes or no. You're putting me in a position to answer a question that has legal implications. I don't know what the intentions were. I wasn't a part of the conversation. I learned about the conversation on a podcast, and I'm not going to characterize it because I don't know all the facts.
Okay, so you're not going to characterize that as threatening, not legally, just the English word. You understand what it means to threaten someone, right?
I understand what it means to threaten someone legally. And
no,
that is
actually, you never use that word outside of the legal use of the word?
Whether I use that word outside of the legal definition for me is irrelevant because I am testifying under oath. And you're asking me to respond.
You are testifying under oath.
Correct.
So I'm asking you under oath whether you factually consider that threatening or not. And under oath,
you're saying I can't
answer that.
I don't know all of the facts, Mr. Kim. I cannot answer that question. You're asking me to answer a question where I do not know all of the facts. And I do not want to draw a conclusion based on the fact that I don't know all of the facts. It is a snippet of a conversation that was in a New York Times podcast. And again, I will provide as much information I can.
We've heard your answer now.
To the extent I have personal knowledge.
We do understand it's under oath. Would you consider that bullying?
I would consider that poor taste, maybe. Again,
you are prepared to say it's in poor taste to call someone.
Certainly, I think it would be. Certainly, I think it would be in poor taste. But again, the words that you're using, I understand the legal or would have legal implications, which is why I'm not trying to characterize them.
Why don't I ask you open-ended question? How would you describe that conversation? Poor taste. What other words come to mind?
Uncomfortable. Unfortunate.
Bullying.
I'm not going to reach a legal conclusion on bullying.
Why is bullying a legal conclusion?
Because
I'm asking you a question under oath.
Mm-hmm.
To ask you, how do you use the word bullying outside of the legal context? You understand being a bully? You understand that concept?
I certainly
outside
do.
of the law?
I certainly do.
Okay.
Because I represent the interests.
You understand that there are people in schoolyards who bully each other?
Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm asking you about.
I can't characterize that conversation as bullying because I don't know what the legal implications are.
I'm asking you not the legal implication or the legal. I'm just asking you a basic question about whether you as a human being would consider telling someone I'm going to compare you to a child rapist as something that you would consider bullying. And I understand that your answer under oath is you can't answer that.
My answer under oath is I'm not going to characterize the conversation.
Someone at the Human Rights Campaign said to someone else, an employee, that if they didn't do something they wanted, they would compare them to a child rapist. Would you let that go? Would you do anything about it?
So you are now giving me a hypothetical in the workspace between two employees, and that would have different implications as a legal matter. Of course, we would have to take action. In this case, you're asking me to opine on.
Actually, not. I know you keep trying to say that's what I'm asking. I'm not. I'm not asking you that. So
I understand.
I try to recharacterize my question as if I'm asking you for a legal conclusion. I think I've said about 5 times, and I think we'll move on unless you have something more to add, that's not what I'm asking you to do. I understand why you're saying that's what I'm trying to ask you to do, but I think the record's pretty clear what my question was and what your answers were. I did not ask you, I'm not asking you to draw a legal conclusion. I'm not asking you to use the word bully or threaten in the legal definition. I'm asking you in the way you use it colloquially. And I asked you those questions multiple times. And I understand that the answer has been repeatedly that I'm trying to ask you a legal conclusion. I'm not. I'm telling you I'm not. Okay.
I appreciate that. In response to your most recent question, as I said, under the facts that you have, under the factual hypo or the hypo that you've advanced involving 2 employees, of course, action would be taken in that case.
Why?
It involves 2 employees. It involves the workspace. It may potentially implicate the terms and conditions of employment. It may potentially implicate the terms or the responsibility of the employer.
And because
to create a safe work environment. And depending on who those people are, it may implicate power imbalances as well.
And you can't say based on that call that there were those same issues at play, power imbalances, or.
Mr. Kim, I'm really trying to respond to your questions, but
I understand what you're trying to do.
I also don't want to characterize it because I don't know these facts.
Okay.
I learned about it on podcast.
You were there at the time, though, in 2018, right?
I was.
Okay. Did you play any role in telling the press that that conversation never happened?
No, I was not aware of that conversation.
You listened to the podcast, right?
Yes.
And in the podcast, the reporter says that the executive chamber originally denied that conversation ever happening.
Correct.
Until they said there was a tape, right?
Yes.
Were you aware at all of the inquiries being made by reporters about such a conversation?
No, I don't believe so.
Were you aware of whether the governor had any sexual or romantic relations with any state employees?
No.
Did you hear any rumors about it?
There were people suggested that he spent a lot of time with, so maybe he had a relationship with. That was the only rumor that I heard.
Did you personally see anything that would either corroborate or dispel that rumor?
I saw nothing to corroborate or substantiate that rumor.
Did you ever see the governor kiss?
Not on the lips, on the cheek, certainly.
Okay. But not on the lips?
I don't recall seeing him kissing her on the lips.
Did anyone ever tell you they saw them kissing on the lips?
No.
Did you ever see sitting on the governor's lap?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe, but no, I don't think so.
How many times have you been to the mansion?
As deputy secretary, 3 or 4 times a year. As counsel, maybe once a month, once every other month. Mm-hmm. If during the legislative and the budget season, it may increase in frequency. Outside of the legislative session, he was rarely in Albany, so he was in New York City during my tenure as counsel.
Did you ever spend the night in the mansion?
No.
Are you aware of other executive chamber employees who did?
I have read about that, but I have no personal knowledge of it.
So you read it like more recently?
Correct.
At the time while you were working there, you weren't aware of anyone spending the night?
No.
Other than reading it in the papers, any information that executive chamber employees were spending the night at the mansion?
No.
Have you heard of the term, people use the term mean girls in the executive chamber?
I've heard that term, yes.
Okay, and in what context?
Through the context of the press, I've heard that recently.
And in the context of the press, what did you hear?
That there were a number of women in the executive chamber that were considered mean girls.
And is that a term that you had heard while you were working there?
Yeah, I've heard that. Certainly heard that.
And who was it? Who did it refer to?
Certainly Melissa DeRosa. I think there was suggestion of Stephanie Benton. It's difficult to say because I'm trying to remember the context. Maybe Joe DeRosier. People, it depended on what people would say. And this is all in passing where people would say things.
Would the governor ever use that term? Did you hear the governor ever use that term?
He may have. He may have. I don't recall any specific instance, but I can't deny that it never happened. I just don't recall a specific instance.
And what did you observe about the way in which Melissa DeRosa, for example, treated or spoke to other staffers?
Well, she is very energetic and demanding, and operates in a high pressure sort of environment. So I've certainly seen her engage with people in that environment where it's sort of fast and high pressured, and where she may be curt, or she may sort of raise her voice if she needs to get someone on the phone and I'm walking through and I overhear. So I've certainly seen those instances or heard about them.
Have you seen her be mean?
I've seen her be very direct and demand a certain result from someone. I've seen that.
I'll ask the question again. Maybe I'm hoping mean doesn't have a legal definition. Have you seen her be mean?
Oh, I'm trying to give you examples that maybe someone could characterize as mean. I've seen her
have characterized a group of people as the mean girls, correct?
Yeah, so, I'm trying to understand how that could translate into something concrete. So I've seen her raise her voice. I've seen her be very demanding with her assistants. I've seen her speak very authoritatively to commissioners. I've seen her
yell.
Yes, I've certainly seen her yell. If an agency failed to do something that then sort of compromises the health or safety of people with respect to drinking water, I've seen her sort of have conversations about those issues, where she's engaged in a very heated discussion with a commissioner or someone else. So yes.
Have you heard of belittle people?
It would be really helpful if you gave me examples. Because those terms can be interpreted by different people, and that's why I'm trying to give you examples that maybe.
Those terms that you try to avoid using in describing people, because you seem to be very cautious about using any of those terms with the governor or Melissa DeRosa.
I try to be very careful in how I speak and what I say. And I try to have my representations be based on facts, because I could say those words can be interpreted differently by so many different people. And I don't want to give an answer that is not clear and could be misinterpreted. So that's why I'm trying to give you answers that could be useful to provide you with more context.
And is that something you try to do with everyone?
I do.
Okay, not just the governor or Melissa DeRosa?
No, I do. I do generally.
Okay. Are you aware of people who have left the executive chamber just because of the culture and the pressures?
Yes, I know many people that left the executive chamber because of the pressure. It is a high pressured environment. I can say, at least with respect to me as an example, I don't believe I had a vacation for several years. My friends were very concerned that I was working all the time. I wasn't sleeping. I hadn't been in a relationship in years. And so I think that environment where it's nonstop and the pressure is extremely high and the consequences of not doing the work properly are severe. I certainly know of certain people who left after a number of years, enjoyed the work, but couldn't keep up with the pace.
How about people who left not just because of the quantity and the importance of the work, but the culture?
The culture. When you say the culture, I interpret the culture to mean an environment where you don't have enough time to catch your breath, an environment where it's difficult to sustain friendships.
That's not what I understand you keep changing it to the level of work, the amount of work, which people understand. And I totally understand also the instinct to try to characterize culture in that way. I'm trying to be fully transparent.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that as the response. We've seen that in the letter response that you all were drafting, that yes, it's a hard charging environment. If you don't understand the difference between just work that is demanding and requires a lot of your time, and a culture where people can be abusive and mean. I mean, I don't want to, I'm trying to ask the question, and I'm trying to be as blunt as possible. Anyone who left that you're aware of, not just because they had to work hard or they were somehow weak, but because they did not want to put up with a culture of meanness. That's my question. And if you can answer that without saying again, it's a lot of work, it's high pressure.
No.
And there's no point in going round and round, because I get that answer.
Yeah, the specificity is helpful for me to give you responses that could be useful. So when you say culture generally, it's harder for me. A culture where people left because they didn't like working with other people. And I have to go back to specific instances. Did anyone come to tell me I'm leaving because I no longer want to work with X person?
Or whether they came to you or not, whether you had an understanding, some people leaving because they didn't like the way people treat each other there.
So no one told me that's why they left. Because of culture. Did I hear that some people left because they may not have liked working in that environment? Yes. Do I know what that means? Did they explain that to me? No.
And who are those people?
I couldn't tell you. People left the chamber and went to state agencies in some cases. And then you would hear a rumor, well, this person left because they no longer want to work with, the director of state ops, or they no longer want to work with doing events because there are too many events and the pressure is too high, and they get blamed all the time when something happens. Those kinds of general comments, but no one came to me to say, I'm leaving because of X.
Did anyone come to you, not I'm leaving, but I'm coming to you because I'm being, because of the way someone in the executive chamber has treated me?
No. I don't believe anyone came to me to say that. I do know that there were certain people in the executive chamber who had difficulty working with certain personalities. Andrew Ball is an example. He worked on the operations doing events. And there were a few conflicts between his working style and other working styles. And I believe he may have had conflicts with others in the chamber. So I heard about that. But other specific examples in the chamber, it was largely in the operations side where people were doing events all the time, and something would get scheduled, then they would have to take it down, or they would create something and it was wrong and they would get blamed for it, or something, those kinds of scenarios where people felt they didn't want to work in that kind of environment anymore.
Let me move on to Lindsay Boylan. I know we've discussed her in the context of the file that you had. When's the first time you ever met Lindsay Boylan?
I don't know the specific year. I believe I met Lindsay Boylan when she joined the Empire State Development Agency.
And what were you doing? What was your position at the time?
I don't know. I think I was counsel at the time, but I don't know.
And leading up to your involvement in the investigation involving her, how often did you see her?
As counsel, once a month, once a quarter, not very often. If I interacted with Lindsay Boylan, it was usually in a meeting with other people. So there was no regularity with respect to my contact with her.
Mm-hmm. And in what context would you see her once a month or once a quarter?
There was an economic development initiative that had complicated legal issues. There was a proposal for the executive budget. There was a piece of legislation the Economic Development Agency wanted to propose or advance. It would be under those circumstances.
And what were your interactions with her like?
Courteous, professional, pleasant.
Did you have any arguments or disagreements with her?
No, I don't believe so.
And what did you observe about her interactions with others in the executive chamber?
Nothing of significance. Again, my interactions with her were in meetings with other people, and some of those meetings were external third parties. Some of those meetings involved chamber employees, some of them didn't. So I didn't see anything out of the ordinary that was of note.
Did she appear, at least in the interactions that you were involved in, appear to be generally professional?
Generally, yes.
Did you ever observe her in the presence of the governor?
Yes.
Okay, on what occasions?
Economic development events. There's a regional economic development council event or series of events. I've seen her interact with him. Press conferences involving economic development projects, meetings with him and her and others about economic development issues.
And anything noteworthy about those interactions between her and the governor?
No.
Did you ever see the governor touch Lindsey Boylan?
No, other than potentially at a public event where she may have been introducing him and maybe there was a hug but I don't even know if that happened. I just can't rule it out because I know there were a number of public events. Other than public events, no.
How about any kissing on the cheek or otherwise?
I don't know.
You guys are doing great here.
There are instances he kissed a lot of people on the cheek, so maybe he did, but I don't remember.
Any nicknames that you heard used to describe Lindsey Boylan?
No, not that I can remember.
Did you ever hear the governor or anyone else comment on Lindsey Boylan's appearance?
No.
How about her clothing?
I don't think so, no.
Did you ever observe whether at any point her interactions with the governor or relationship with the governor seemed to change in any perceptible way to you?
No.
Were you ever on a plane with the governor and Lindsey Boylan?
I don't believe so. But again, the public records would be the best source, but I don't remember. I'm just going through years. I don't believe that I've been on a plane with her and him, but I can't say that definitively. That would have to be in the public records.
Okay. So that, anything more about your interactions with Lindsey Boylan before what leads to your being involved in the investigation?
There was one interaction with her regarding an allegation that was a rumor or an allegation that she was. So I interacted with her on that issue.
How did that, tell us about that. How did that come about?
And June, if I may, no privilege asserted by the chamber on this topic per Mr. Fishman.
Okay.
Just for the record, thank you.
I was approached by Melissa DeRosa, who informed me that she received information that Lindsey Boylan was at either a bar or restaurant bar with other state workers. And I had asked, is there an actual complaint or a complainant? And she said no. Or that person does not want to be disclosed or something to that effect. And then asked whether or not we could inquire as to the truth or veracity of these claims or these rumors. I said, sure. I spoke with in person and asked him whether or not I then met with Ms. Boylan, who said something similar. I can't recall the timing, but I believe at that time, Lindsay Boylan and I then reported back to Melissa DeRosa that both and unless we have someone who can come forward with evidence to substantiate this claim or allegation, I don't see how it can be pursued further. So other than that interaction with Ms. Boylan, the second interaction is with respect to the counseling.
So this interaction of Melissa DeRosa coming to you about this, how, in terms of timing, how long before the incident was that?
Maybe a year, maybe 9 months, maybe 6 months. This is, I'm guessing. It wasn't close in time.
But it was at a time when you were the chief counsel.
Yes, it was.
Would it have violated any executive chamber or state policy?
It probably would have, but I would have to look at the policy closely. I've been far removed from it for a while. But I don't know the answer to that question. I believe that it probably would have, but I just can't tell you definitively.
So that led you to the conclusion that you should ask them whether there's any truth to these rumors.
Yeah, it was complicated in part because there was no actual named complainant who was raising a concern where they felt that their employment terms and conditions of employment had been affected, or someone who could come forward with specific facts that could be investigated and specifically referred to GOER. So to ensure that this was nothing more than a rumor, and given that there was no actual complaint or facts, there was nothing further that could have been done.
Did you memorialize this in any way?
No.
No email or no record?
If I sent an email, it would have, no, I don't think I did. I don't believe I did.
Did you tell anyone about it?
I told Melissa DeRosa.
Well, she told you. Oh, I see. She came to you.
Correct.
And then you told her I asked.
Right.
And what did she say?
I don't remember, so maybe something to the effect of okay. I believe she knew, and I believe Jill DeRosier knew as well. But I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because Jill was often in Melissa's office. So it's possible that during this exchange, Jill was there.
So other than Melissa DeRosa and possibly Jill, did you talk to anyone else about this?
I don't think so.
And what was your understanding of why Melissa came to you? Because she worked for Empire State Development, right?
I think there was a concern that if there was that could have potential consequences. What those consequences were, I don't think anyone knew fully. But I believe that is what motivated the request to me initially.
Did you inform legal counsel at ESD?
I don't know. I may have. I don't believe so. I don't believe so because there was no complaint. I don't know. I can't remember if I did or I didn't. I simply responded back to Melissa, the person who had inquired.
Did you ever speak to the governor about it?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you know if Melissa DeRosa or Jill did, or anyone?
I don't know.
By the way, did you ever ask the governor whether there was any truth to the rumors that he had a romantic or sexual relationship with?
No.
Did you ever ask whether there was any truth to the rumors that she was having a romantic or sexual relationship with the governor?
Yes.
And what did she, when and what did she say?
I don't know when, but she said no.
Okay, why did you ask
I think her response was, that's absurd.
Okay. And why did you ask her?
I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't, these are sort of random rumors that people throw around, but I certainly just wanted to make sure that it wasn't true. And she said, no, that's absurd. Absolutely not.
What reasons why you thought you needed to ask?
Well, that was different. That was a request that came in directly from the secretary to the governor, who oversees the operational functions of state agencies through the deputy secretaries. This was slightly different in that, you know, there were people had rumors all the time, but I work closely with the senior team, and I just wanted to make sure. And I just think I asked, I understand there's a rumor. Is this true or not? And she said, no, it's not true. It's absurd. That's not the case. I said, okay.
We never asked the governor?
No.
Any other rumors that you followed up and asked about?
Of any nature?
Yeah.
Just the counsel, Alfonso, just be leery of anything that would connect you while engaged in your employment as counsel for the chamber. You can answer subject to that reminder.
Yeah, there may have been instances where people were acting outside of the scope of their employment, or instances where there was a rumor someone was maybe running for office while still having a state job or something like that. But in those instances, I would just ask, the appropriate associate counsel, this is something that I heard, or this is something that's come up. Has anyone heard this? And they would say, no one's heard anything of the sort. In other instances, I think on one occasion learned of someone who was running for office and did not notify their state agency. And so they had to take the appropriate leave of absence to avoid a conflict of interest. So those kinds of issues, but nothing as it relates to relationships other than those two instances.
Any instances involving working outside the scope of employment that involve the governor?
No.
Or people working on his campaign using state funds?
No.
Okay, so I think anything else with respect to Lindsay Boylan before you have the investigation that you end up being involved in?
No, after that conversation, I think we continued to work together in a variety of different ways.
Okay, so tell us sort of what you remember about what led to the investigation that sort of is memorialized in the emails and documents were produced in the file.
I believe that I was informed by Camille Varlak, who I believe at the time was the deputy director of state operations. State operations oversees the state agencies through the secretary. And I believe she had notified me that there was a complaint raised with her by ESD about Lindsay Boylan taking personnel action against an employee who happened to be a Black woman, I think. And without consulting with HR or counsel. And separately, there were complaints filed or communicated in some way by 2 other employees alleging some type of harassment. So she informed me of that, and I think I said to the effect of they should go through their process and do their relevant investigation and review. And they did. And then it was memorialized in a series of memos. And Camille Varlak then provided me with those memos.
Okay. And so why were there a series of memos? Do you remember?
I don't. I know there were a number of different issues. There was an issue of an employee, a personnel action being taken without any consultation with Human Resources or the counsel's office at ESD. I know that there was a separate issue of 2 employees alleging some type of harassment. And I know that there was an issue regarding agency policy on travel or reimbursement or something to that effect.
And other than Camille Varlak, was anyone else coming to you and telling you about issues they had with Lindsay Boylan?
No.
So then what happened after those series of memos were done?
At some point, there were also concerns raised within the chamber by staff members who had raised concerns about Lindsay Boylan. I believe that happened either at or about the same time Camille Varlak was going through her review with the agency. And that was also raised with me.
And you said they were around at or the same time. Did the 2 have anything to do with each other? Like the timing of Camille Varlak's issue and the other issues coming up?
I don't remember because I wasn't actually involved in that level of sequencing. Camille Varlak at the time reported to the state director. So it could be that the state director was informed and aware that there was a review going on, and as a result, the other chamber issues were raised. But I'm speculating. I don't remember.
So then what happened next? The memos, a series of memos, and then what do you remember next?
Series of memos were created. I then informed Camille Varlak after she provided those memos that Ms. Boylan needed to have an opportunity to respond. And so we needed to schedule a meeting. They did. at the meeting were Camille Varlak, Julia Kupiak, who's the Chief Ethics Officer, myself, and Ms. Boylan.
And what happened at that meeting?
At that meeting, I went through, along with, I can't remember who spoke, but we went through collectively all of the facts and asked on each issue what her response was. And I think those responses are memorialized in the memo, where she acknowledged to a large degree many of the allegations. At some point in the meeting, she indicated that she wanted to consult with her lawyer, which we said, great, that's fine. And then she changed her mind in the meeting and said, I'm going to resign. And I think he said, okay, well, let's make sure we're clear. You're not being asked to resign. We are just asking you for responses on these allegations. She said, well, I want to resign anyway. And she then left my office. I don't remember seeing her after that. I believe either on that day or the next day, she'd sent an email to the entire chamber indicating that she was going to be leaving, that she had a good experience, but it was time for her to depart. And that was the end of that meeting.
And then what was your next interaction with Lindsay Boylan that you remember?
So that meeting took place during the week. I don't remember which day, it may have been a Wednesday or Thursday. That following Sunday, remember it was a Sunday because I was at home in New York City and I received a call from Lindsay. I responded to the call and we had a conversation where she acknowledged, again, much of what she had acknowledged in the meeting. And she said a few other things, which I think is memorialized in an email that you should have. And then she said she changed her mind and she wanted to come back to the chamber. And I said, well, that's complicated because given these allegations, there will need to be some corrective action, some action that the chamber would have to take or the agency would have to take because they're complainants with active complaints. And I don't know what the resolution of that will be, but that's going to have to be addressed. And I don't remember how the conversation ended, but I do remember articulating that there would be operational, potentially legal issues that would have to be addressed with her return.
And what did she say?
Don't remember. It may have been okay, or it may have been, I'll think about it more. I don't remember what she said.
Okay, and then what happened next with Lindsay Boylan?
That was my last interaction with Lindsay Boylan, I believe, as an employee of the chamber.
Did she try to reach out to the governor after that?
I heard that she did, but I have no personal knowledge of that.
I see, not through you. You hadn't, how did you hear that she did?
I believe Stephanie Benton indicated that she had called him. But I wasn't there for the call and I don't know what was said when she called.
You learned that while you were still there?
Yes.
I see. And then did you give any instructions to anyone about what to do if she calls or what the governor should do?
I don't believe I did. If I did anything, I think I advised that, well, everyone should be aware that she has resigned, and of course, whatever action the state wants to take, it can, but there are operational and legal issues that you would have to manage. I don't believe I had that conversation with the governor. I certainly did with Melissa, and I may have with Stephanie.
You said that the one of the complaints about Ms. Boylan was an assistant who was African American. Were there any allegations that Ms. Boylan had discriminated against anyone on the basis of race?
I didn't do the investigation, so it's hard for me to say that definitively. What I can say is that all 3 employees who filed complaints were Black. I don't know, though, if there were any allegations of race discrimination associated with their complaints.
Were you aware of any discussion as to whether this should be reported to GOER as a possible issue of race discrimination?
I don't think that discussion was had because she ended up resigning.
Do you know if anyone reported anything to GOER?
I don't know. It's possible the agency worked with GOER. I don't know, though.
But the purpose of the executive order was to refer allegations to GOER so that it gets investigated by them, as opposed to investigated internally by each of the agencies, right?
Yes, the executive order, but just so we're clear, the affirmative action officers were still in the agencies, but they reported to GOER. But they didn't leave the agencies. They were not physically at GOER. They were still physically in the agencies. So the agencies were still conducting the investigations, but under the authority and supervision of GOER. And after the executive order was issued, there was a time frame from the executive order being issued before it was actually implemented. So I don't know where the investigation fell. It may have fell in between the executive order being issued before it was being fully implemented.
But Ms. Varlock was not reporting to GOER, right? She reported to you.
No, she did not report to me. She reported to the Director of State Operations.
Was she the affirmative action officer, or?
I don't think so. It's possible, but I don't think she was. And this complaint was complicated because Ms. Boylan was an employee of ESD and then became, I believe, an employee of the chamber who was still physically in ESD's offices. And she may have still been on an ESD line. So I think that's why it implicated the agency and the chamber at the same time.
Can you open up your binder?
Sure.
Again, and look at tab 9. Tab 9, so you know, I believe is the full set of the production that your lawyer made to us in the order that it was made.
Okay.
So if you look at the first page, it's an email from you to Richard Azzopardi, subject documents, privileged confidential attorney-client communication per request. These are the only relevant documents I have, which should appear in the official counsel file. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an email from you to Richard Azzopardi. Can you tell what email this is from? Because you search, this is your Hotmail account?
Yes.
And it's Richard Azzopardi's, do you know what account it is?
I believe it is his executive email. Yes, it is his executive email.
You send that to his executive chamber email.
Correct.
And so there's clearly attachments to this document. And just so we understand, the attachments to this document, do they go to page 37, 2 through 37? Because 38 is from December 16 and is an email that you're on, you send. I just want to make sure we understand what's the attachment to the email.
To the email, yes. The email is everything up to AD sub 00037.
What is this? What's AD sub 2 through 37? What's the attachment?
So the attachment, starting with sub 2, going to sub 4, is an email. It appears.
Actually, before we go into the specific documents, but
Okay.
like this whole set, like what you would, let's back up. What led you to send this email with an attachment? What happened?
Rich as a party had contacted me asking for, he remembered or recalled that there was some meeting or counseling of Lindsay Boylan and wanted to know where the materials were. They were either having difficulty finding them. And I said, should be in the council's office file. You should be able to find it. This is where I left it. And I said, and he said, do you have any copies of it, or do you remember what's in it? And I said, I can tell you this is the only relevant documents I have, which should be in the possession of the state. And here they are, and you should be able to find them. And I believe they subsequently found them, either right after I sent them or soon thereafter.
Because this is the file that you had made copies of and taken with you when you left.
Correct.
And where had you kept them? Just in hard copy, or
yes,
in your home, or
on my hard drive. Sorry,
I see.
It's an electronic. It's a PDF.
I see. So you had made one PDF of all of these.
Yes.
Before you left. Is that, and then you put it on a thumb drive, or you just had it on your?
Well, on my hard drive, there may be. I don't know that it's one PDF. It may be 2 or 3 PDFs.
But you made either one PDF or multiple PDFs when you were still at the executive chamber, and you copied it and took it with you. How did you do that? Like with a thumb drive, or did you email it to yourself?
I may have emailed it to myself. I can't recall how I actually transferred it. But it was electronic. It wasn't in paper form.
And then you had it in your personal, is it a laptop or desktop?
A laptop.
Okay. By the way, have you searched your laptop for anything else that might be responsive?
Yes.
Pina?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Richard Azzopardi called you and asked you about this file. You said, I have a copy, I'll send it to you, but there should be also a set there.
Yeah, the original file should be in the possession of the printer.
Did he tell you why he was asking for this?
I think this is at or about the time Lindsay Boylan publicly said that she was the victim of harassment. And I believe they wanted to see the full file of her tenure with the chamber.
And how did you learn about Lindsay Boylan's allegations about the chamber or the governor?
I believe I was either contacted by Melissa DeRosa or Rich Azzopardi, or both.
And how long before this December 11th you sent it? Were you contacted?
Oh, I may have been contacted that day.
Mhm. And you don't remember whether it was Melissa DeRosa or Azzopardi or both?
It may have been both. I don't remember. It may have been the call from her, but he was on the line, or the call from him, but she was on the line.
Okay, and what did they say? So they were together, your recollection is?
I can't remember. I want to make sure I'm being as accurate as possible. I don't remember. It was, have you seen the allegations? And I think at the time I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, she's alleged harassment, which is a surprise or a shock. It was a shock to a lot of people. And they had asked for the file to see if they could locate the file.
So then you looked, and then what? Did you tell them right then and there that I have a file, or you should?
I told them where to look. I said it should be in the counsel's office. It was left there. They were making phone calls to people to find out where it could be or where it was.
Okay, so then but then at some point did they follow up with you to ask for your copy?
They followed up with me to ask me, because I think they were still searching for it, they asked me, do you have any copies of it, or do you remember where it could be? And I said, well, I have a copy of it and I can send it to you, but the official documents should be in the possession of the state.
Did you explain to them why you still had a copy?
No.
Did they ask?
I don't think so.
Okay. So you sent this to them.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's go through this. It's actually not in chronological order as far as we could tell. So I think the first email, is this the way in which it was kept? The order that you kept your file, or could it have gotten mixed up in the sending? Or?
It's possible it could have gotten mixed up. I think we can go by the chronological dates.
Okay, so if you go chronologically, I believe the first document is a set of documents starts September 3rd. And it starts on page 14, the base number 14.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Should we take a quick break? If you all need.
Okay, could we take just 2 minutes for comfort? I want to get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, fine. Why don't we say 8 o'clock? 5 minutes?
Yes, 8 o'clock.
This is the end of media unit number 3. We are now off the record at 7:55 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 4. We are now on the record at 8:04 p.m.
So, Mr. David, if you can turn to page 14 through 20 of tab 9, so the Bates number 14 through 20. Those all appear to be emails from September 3rd, which is the first, chronologically, the first documents that are in this group.
Yes.
And if you look through them, they appear to be some email exchanges involving Lindsay Boylan, others about sort of delay, or who was at fault for not getting back in time, and or whether someone's keeping track of people's whereabouts. What do you remember about these exchanges and how you got them and how it ended up in this file? Because it predates the interviews that you do with and that Ms. Verloc does. So how did you get these? And some of them you're not on. you'll see that like tab 20, you're not on the email. Some we can see how you get forwarded. Actually, none of them, none of these copy you. So somehow you got them.
Yeah, all of these documents from 14 to 20 were provided to me by Camille Varlak during the course of her review. Oh, well, let me restate. During the course of ESD's review, which were then subsequently provided to her, she provided me a comprehensive package of all matters that are referenced in the counseling memo. So I received one package at the same time. These emails were not forwarded to me. I didn't review them outside of the package provided to me with respect to Ms. Boylan.
So Camille Varlak had gathered documents as she did her investigation, and at some point handed you everything she had gathered.
Correct.
And this was part of it.
Correct.
Okay. What do you remember about this part, these allegations about whether they were, responsive, whether she was the one at fault for not getting back quickly or soon enough on issues, and there being turning something around over the weekend? What do you remember about this subject?
I don't have any personal knowledge about the issues outlined in 14 going to 20, nor did I interview these individuals with respect to what's memorializing these emails. Rather, Camille Varlak, I believe she either had conversations with them or compiled these documents, either in consultation with other people or directly. And these documents going from 14 to 20, along with some other documents that are in here, 21 being one of them, 21 to 23, relate to concerns that have been raised by 3 people in the chamber. I believe one of them, may have been the second, and certainly was the third, raising concerns about Boylan's behavior in the chamber.
Did you talk to any of those individuals yourself about Lindsay Boylan?
I'm certain I did at some point, whether it was before the actual counseling, I can't say. I do recall having a conversation with at some point, but I couldn't tell you when.
What did you say?
She was really concerned about the way that Lindsay was treating people, and specifically members of her team.
And what was her team? What was her role at the time?
She was, I believe, director of state operations at the time. So Lindsay Boylan reported to her directly as deputy secretary.
Mm-hmm. So if you go to the next email chain is document 3. Oh, actually, no, 2. There are email chains that ultimately get forwarded to you that from September 24th, which is 2 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
These are documents that was sent to you, not Camille Varlak. You remember people sending you documents?
This is the only one that are you talking about document 21 to 23?
Yeah, I'm talking, no, actually 1 through 3, 1 through 4.
1 through, you mean 2 through 4?
Yeah, 2 through 4. Sorry.
With respect to 2 through 4,
These are the exchanges about Lindsay Boylan.
yeah, so I believe it's in reference to 21 to 23 was forwarded to me on September 20th, where it raised concerns about how Lindsay Boylan was treating people. And a few days later, she sends this email, says, I believe that is in reference to 22 through 23.
Okay, so then let's go to 21, page 21.
Okay.
Which is what you referenced. It's the email chain that Melissa DeRosa receives. Sends to Linda Lace from Melissa DeRosa and Jill, and then she forwards it on to you and others. And she says, Alphonso, please create a file for Lindsay. Please put this in it. What did you understand her to mean to create a file for Lindsay?
Well, this was in reference to investigations or issues that arise in the chamber or problems, I suspect. But you see my response.
Right.
I indicated to her that this would have to be appropriately processed.
We manage all allegation claims using the same process and applying the same standard, is your response.
Yeah.
Right. Did you have some concerns that this was creating, it was not following a normal process and applying the same standard?
I did, because I didn't want people to feel that they could either circumvent the process or direct that the process be changed for a certain person, which is why I wanted to make sure that I was clear to everyone on that email that this was independently forwarded to counsel's office. It should have gone through the appropriate HR process. But given that it was independently forwarded to counsel's office, we would have to then coordinate with the HR office or whoever was doing the review.
At this point, when Melissa DeRosa had forwarded this to you, had you had any conversations with anyone about Lindsay Boylan other than Camille Varlet? Because you see, early September, we saw those emails and others complaining about her. You were not on those emails.
No.
And then September 20, you get this email from Melissa DeRosa about creating a file. Were you aware that there were already some complaints about her, among others, in the chamber?
No, not complaints. I wasn't aware of any complaints that have been filed or raised about Lindsay.
So you just, when you saw this email, you had a process concern that it was, you wanted the same process and same standard to be applied, or you wanted to create a record of that.
Yes, and I wasn't sure whether the information that Camille Varlak was compiling and the process she was going through had been communicated to or not, because it was Camille Varlak's supervisor. So I didn't know what people knew at that point in time, and I wanted to make sure that the process was adhered to.
And because it seems like, as we read the documents, there's a set of issues coming up about the treatment of her executive assistant and then there's the stuff coming up on, I mean, the timing seems, that's partly what I'm asking you, what you recall about, are they all bubbling up at the same time out of coincidence, or does one come up and then everyone else says, oh, by the way, this stuff happened too? Or, or people.
It could be. It's hard for me to speculate on who knew what at that time. My interactions were really with Camille Varlak. So what other people knew is hard for me to speculate on. But I was concerned about people going to multiple people with different issues without going through a process.
And so the first memo that gets created is page 8 and 9, dated September 20.
Okay.
Same date as that you got the email from Melissa saying can you create a file?
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting a memo from Varlak on that same day.
Yes.
And then there's another memo that gets written on the 21st, which is page 10.
Mm-hmm.
From Camille Varlak again to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what the reasoning was and how it is that, and then there's another memo that gets drafted September 24th, which starts on page 5. Like what the reasons are and the sequencing is of why these multiple memos keep getting generated.
I think there were multiple issues they were reviewing. And I think I had said to Camille Varlak, as she reported back what ESD was finding, that they had to memorialize their findings so that we were very clear about whatever the findings were and could take appropriate action. So it could be that as they completed their reviews on each matter, they memorialized it.
Was there some effort or discussion about going out and finding other things or making sure you're looking for other things? Because what you see in the memos is it starts off with the executive assistant, then you see things related to timesheets, travel expenses, mandatory training. There seems to be a growing list of issues that get identified. What's your recollection of how and why it played out that way?
I don't know which issue informed the other. My recollection is that it came to my attention regarding the personnel action that was taken based on ESD's representation by Lindsay Boylan without any HR or legal counsel engagement. That, I believe, is what came to my attention. And then these other issues were generated or raised. I don't know the connection between them. I didn't do the investigation.
You don't know who raised it or if people were,
no,
Melissa DeRosa or others were,
I don't know,
affecting or influencing the scope of the investigation or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so Camille Varlak is the one who does the first two memos. But then Julie Kubiak gets involved at some point. And if you look at page 24, there's yet another memo. And this one relates to the employment counseling memo. How did she get involved? When did she get involved and why?
So this employee memo, you should consider as the actual overarching document, and everything else is considered an attachment to it. Julia Kupiak became involved because this was, I believe, the first instance that I recall, certainly as me as counsel, where someone was being counseled in the chamber, or I believe Lindsay was a deputy secretary at that time, so technically she was in the chamber, even though she was on an agency line. And so the chief ethics officer needed to be in that conversation because there were arguments that there were violations of agency policy. And Camille Varlak obviously had to be in that conversation because she was the one overseeing the review.
So was it your decision to loop in Julia Coupier?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
And then tab 27, although the font is weird. By the way, do you know why 28 through 30 look the way they do? I think we have copies of this in another form, but as an email. But how did this get generated, and why does it look the way it does?
I believe that when you open up the PDF, that's how it opens up. It could just be a programming issue. I don't know.
This looks to be a summary of a call that you had with Lindsay Boylan on September 30th.
Yes.
And were you taking notes at the time when she called, or did you write this right after she called? Or
it was likely at the same time that the call was that I was having the call.
And then page 31 is a summary of a conversation with the executive assistant.
Yes.
So did you participate in that?
No. This is a meeting between an ESD employee, and those are the only two people in that meeting.
So you said this is sort of the first incident like this where you counseled an executive chamber employee, and
as it relates to complaints filed against them, yes.
Okay. How about the other individual whose name I don't recall now, where you said you kept the file?
No, there wasn't any counseling of that employee. There was just a claim made for a higher salary.
And for that, are there similar documents that you kept, like it's emails and memos of this type, or no?
No. There is a letter and then a response. There's two documents.
So any other incidents like this where you conducted, you or Camille Varla conducted an investigation, inquiry, created memos like this, created a file that you remember?
No. Again, this is why this was so incredibly unique, where you actually had complaints filed and there was a review by an agency, but it implicated the chamber because the person worked in the chamber. In most cases, I would never be involved because it would be an agency matter. GOER would review it. They would make a determination. It became an issue I had to deal with because of the unique nature of her position at the time.
Okay. So after you send this file over to Richard Azzopardi on December 11th, so what do you remember happening next on the Lindsay Boylan issue?
I believe I read in the paper that the chamber had issued a response, I believe, and they had referenced some of the information that's contained in these memos. That is the next thing I remember. And then after that, I was contacted and asked whether or not I would be willing to make a public statement. I think I and others were asked the same thing.
Who asked you that?
Melissa DeRosa, I believe.
And what did you say?
I initially said no. Because I was involved in a counseling of an employee, and I felt that it was not necessarily appropriate for me to start opining on the details of that counseling. They then said, well, would you be comfortable just indicating or speaking publicly about your personal experience and what was or what was not reported to you? I said, well, if that's the case, then sure. But I wasn't really comfortable talking about the counseling and the complaints and anything else.
And then what happened?
I believe I, per request, drafted a short note that indicated what I was willing to say. And in that note, it also included what I would be willing to say. But she needed confirmation and approval from her employer.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened after that?
It was either at or about the same time. There was an email that was sent by Melissa DeRosa asking for senior staffers, former and current senior staffers, to sign, or whether or not they would be willing to sign a letter that's somewhere in this production.
Yeah.
Sign a letter regarding Lindsay Boylan, generally speaking.
And what did you think of that?
I thought that the letter was a bad idea. I thought it was very detailed and provided information and facts that were difficult for people to attest to because they have no personal knowledge. And I thought that it focused too much on Ms. Boylan and not enough on the experiences of other people.
Did you tell Melissa DeRosa that?
Yes.
What did she say?
I think she acknowledged it and asked whether I thought there was anyone in the chamber or anyone I worked with who I thought would be willing to sign the letter. And I said, I know people I worked with who had great experiences. I don't know whether or not they'd be willing to sign the letter. She asked me whether or not I could ask them. I said, sure, I'm happy to call a few people I know and see if they're willing. But I'm not signing the letter.
Were you concerned at all that a letter like that would constitute retaliation?
I don't think I thought about it through that lens because Lindsay was no longer with the chamber or the state. So I wasn't thinking about it through a retaliatory lens or from a legal perspective, really. I was thinking that I was concerned that there were comments or references in the letter that I had no personal knowledge about. And I don't think anybody else did either. And I thought it would make it difficult for them to attest to those claims.
When we were going through the policy, sexual harassment policy earlier, you recall the policy provided that actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed
Yes.
by that employer. I mean, you said you weren't worried about, you don't think you were worried about retaliation because she was no longer a state employee.
Mm-hmm.
But you understood that retaliation can occur even after they leave.
Sure. Sure.
Well,
Yeah,
how come
absolutely.
there wasn't that concern?
I wasn't thinking, again, about the letter from a legal perspective. I hadn't gotten there. I was really thinking about whether or not it made sense to do the letter in the first place. I wasn't reviewing the letter as a lawyer. I wasn't employed by the chamber anymore. And I wasn't being asked to review it as the counsel. I just looked at it and I was being asked to sign it as a former employee. And I didn't think it made sense.
By the way, since leaving the executive chamber, have you done any work as a lawyer for the executive chamber?
I have been asked to I've been consulted on transition-related activities, if you will, on NYCHA and housing, because I worked on legislation, or on clemency, because I was responsible for clemencies, or on pick the subject matter. After I left, there were questions about 4 years ago, we worked on X, Y, and Z legislation. Do you remember whether what the legislation was supposed to do, or do you remember how it was implemented, or do you remember who's responsible for it? So there was some outreach after I left for purposes of, ensuring that there was appropriate transition.
Well, for purposes of this Lindsay Boylan response, that was not your providing legal advice on these issues.
I don't believe so. The Lindsay Boylan issue got somewhat complicated because I was a lawyer with the chamber when she resigned and was a part of the counseling associated with that resignation. So I assume there could be an argument made that I was still being consulted as it relates to her because of my involvement with her. But as it relates to this letter, I don't believe I was being asked to sign this letter as a lawyer. I was being asked to sign this letter as a former employee.
How about as to any of the other allegations of sexual harassment that have been raised against the governor? Have you been providing legal advice on those issues to the executive chamber?
Well, just by counsel, at the directive of the executive chamber through Mr. Fishman, the executive chamber wishes to invoke privilege with respect to post-employment communications between Mr. David and members of the chamber concerning other complainants, as discussed briefly between you and I yesterday, Mr. Kim.
But I don't think that would preclude Mr. David from answering the question whether he.
No.
I'm not asking the substance. So I'm asking, have you?
Fair enough.
Have you provided, in your mind, legal advice to the executive chamber about sexual harassment allegations brought against the government?
I was consulted, I believe, once, maybe twice, on a confidential basis, which the chamber has concluded is privileged. So I've been directed not to respond, given that they own the privilege.
I understand that. The question is, do you believe you provided legal advice on questions of sexual harassment allegations against the governor since you've left the executive chamber?
That question is very broad. I can say that I was consulted on a confidential basis with respect to process. And I'm not sure I can say much more than that.
Okay, so let me ask one more time, because that's not really an answer to my question, which is, do you believe you provided legal advice to the executive chamber or anyone in the executive chamber since your departure on allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
Well, that's already been sort of asked and answered. It's not exactly what you want, but do the best you can, Alfonso.
Again, I'm trying very carefully not to compromise my law license, which I won't compromise for anyone. So I'll answer the question again. I was consulted on a confidential basis by the executive chamber, where I responded to issues of process. I don't believe that I can answer further.
Have you ever been retained by anyone in the executive chamber as a lawyer since your departure?
No.
Have you entered into any engagement letters with anyone in the executive chamber?
No.
Just no objection to the question.
And June, if I could just jump in, the confidential conversations that you had, when did they take place?
In 2020, and 2021.
Can you be more specific? When in 2020 and when in 2021?
I can't. I don't have a specific month or day.
Well, 2020, was it close in time to when everything was going on with Lindsay Boylan in the press, or was it an earlier point in the year?
Maybe a little earlier in the year, but I don't know the month. And 2021 was likely in the beginning of the year.
And with whom in the executive chamber did you have the communication?
Judy Mogul.
June, I'll stop interrupting.
Oh, that's great. Anyone else?
Maybe Linda Lakewell. But those would be the only two.
On the same subject?
On the same subject.
Alfonso, you can give the subject without the substantive communication. I want to give Mr. Kim an opportunity to create a proper record to the extent that there's going to be a motion subsequent to this.
Yes.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, since we're in the middle here.
Yep.
Just in a conclusory way, the subject matter.
On the same subject.
And what was the subject?
I think the subject was process or taking steps on responding to a complaint or an allegation, a complaint or an allegation. I don't know which it was.
Any other subjects on which, maybe this is a question for Sai, any other subjects on which you will be directing Mr. David not to answer questions on the basis of privilege?
Just to finish that loop, the instructions contingent on conversations with the executive chamber. Just what I went through with you yesterday, obviously, and it's not my intention to overly assert that. I'm just trying to follow my instruction from the privilege holder.
Understood, but we can, I guess I was trying to expedite it so that it's not just going through different topics. If there are topics you will.
No, just like consistent with what we discussed yesterday, conversations with, potential conversations with Mogul Lacewell concerning complainants. And other than that, I'm looking at my list here. I don't see much, and there's certainly no privilege asserted in connection with any communication involving our document production, that's for sure. I don't think so, Mr. Kim.
All right, there may be more that come up as we go through some of the topics, but on the letter for Lindsay Boylan, in response to Lindsay Boylan, you did not think it was a good idea. You said you thought that it stated things that it'd be hard to, that you didn't have personal knowledge of. And so you said you would not sign.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you were not thinking at the time of it as a legal matter, or whether it might or might not constitute retaliation for bringing in a harassment allegation. Is that fair?
Fair.
But you offered to call other people to see if they would sign it.
Correct.
And who did you call? Who did you offer to call first?
Those are the ones that come to mind. There may be others, but those are the ones that I remember. No. I was asked to call by Stephanie Benton. I don't really know well.
Did you call her?
I spoke after Stephanie Benton spoke to her.
I see. So the first group was who asked you to call?
Melissa.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to call?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
Who asked you to call her?
It may have been Linda Lacewell.
And did you call her?
I did.
And what did she say?
She wasn't willing to sign the letter either.
Why not?
She didn't have any personal knowledge.
Did you call anyone by the name of?
I did, but I didn't have a chance to talk to her. She's my deputy. She was my deputy first assistant.
Did you call Camille Varla?
No.
What was that? Camille who?
Varlad.
Oh, that's the same Camille. Okay.
And so do you know how they generated this list of people to call?
I don't.
And at the time that you made these calls, did you have an understanding of what the allegations were that Lindsay Boylan had made?
Only what I had read in either in the paper or on social media. I can't remember if it was a blog post or if it was a social media posting or something else.
And sitting here today, do you know what her allegations were and are?
I have a general sense of what they are. I read the Medium post at the time. I have not studied it, so I couldn't articulate with any level of detail what the claims are.
And so when you say you did not want to sign because you don't know the facts, you had no personal knowledge of the facts, is that what you were referring to?
No, I'm referring to the facts that are outlined in the letter. The letter includes references to comments or emails or statements that Lindsay Boylan apparently made to others. that I was not aware of and I had no personal knowledge of. I was only speaking with respect to the facts or the references in the letter. But I also have no personal knowledge of the allegations that Lindsay Boylan has made.
Like you have no basis to know whether they're true or false.
I don't.
Did you ever ask the governor whether any of those allegations are true or false?
No.
And have you spoken to Lindsay Boylan about whether they're true or false?
No.
So you mentioned you've mentioned that you've spoken to Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell, and Stephanie Benton about getting people to sign the letter.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else you spoke to?
I spoke to Danny Lever because she was also asked to sign the letter and she had concerns with signing the letter. And she also, I believe, reached out to other people as well. I don't know who those people are.
When did you speak with Danny Lever?
At or about this time.
Obviously after the call with Melissa DeRosa?
Yes.
And what were her concerns about the letter?
She also, I don't know how she articulated her concerns. She also didn't think it was a good idea that the letter, rather than talking about the positive experiences people had, was more focused on Lindsay herself and didn't have any personal knowledge about the facts in the letter either.
Did anyone express concern that it might constitute retaliation for bringing harassment allegations?
No, not to me.
Did you ever develop concerns that it might constitute retaliation?
I didn't. I've certainly seen instances where either employers or respondents or defendants respond to allegations with what they believe are the facts. And I don't believe in those cases it constitutes, or I shouldn't say that they all, but they may not constitute retaliation. So I didn't draw that distinction here. Again, I wasn't looking at the letter from that perspective.
And do you know who was advocating that the focus of the letter be on attacking Lindsay Boylan as opposed to talking about people's positive experiences with the governor?
I don't know.
And did anyone say whether the governor was involved with reviewing the drafts or suggesting what should be in the drafts of the letter?
No.
Why don't we turn to, if you go back to tab 9, and if you look at page 38, and we can just go through the documents.
Is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Kim, or do you have a line that you just want to finish?
Sure, we can take a quick break.
Great.
We are now off the record at 8:49 p.m. for break. We are now on the record. The time is 8:59 p.m. Back from break.
So, Mr. David, can you go to page 38 of tab 9? And this is an email from you to Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell, and Richard Azzopardi. And the top one is a draft for Kathy, and then you say what you can say. I can say the following from you, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft these two statements?
I drafted the second. I believe I consulted with Kathy on the 1st.
Mhm. And these are the statements that you sent to them, you testified earlier, before you got a draft of the letter that they were considering?
Yeah, it may have been at or around the same time, but certainly yes, when they had asked me for a draft statement.
And did you talk to them after sending this to them?
I did. I don't believe this was ever issued
Mhm.
because I asked them to advise me if they were going to issue it. And I also advised them that Kathy needed to get approval from her employer. And so it was considered draft until she signed off on it.
And do you know, who was Kathy's employer?
I don't know. She works for a private employer.
Did you discuss these statements with Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell, or Richard Azzopardi after sending this to them?
I don't know if I may have, I don't know if I discussed it. I just basically told them this is what I can say with respect to my experience, but I was not comfortable getting into the counseling issues.
And so then the next document is December 17, Melissa DeRosa to you and a number of other people attaching, it appears to be screenshots of Lindsay Boylan's tweets.
Yes.
Or I don't know if they're tweets. There's a few tweets and then some text messages. You see that?
I do.
And beyond just receiving these texts, any conversations or discussions with anyone about these?
I believe this was sent in response to concerns that I or others had raised regarding the nature of the letter and issues that refer to what Ms. Boylan had said, allegedly said, but we didn't have any personal knowledge. I believe this email was sent to further support the letter.
I see. So you had already received a copy of the letter by the time you got this.
Yeah, it shows that the letter was received at 11:56 a.m. and this email was sent at 1:27 p.m.
10:56 a.m.
No, it says, yes, I'm sorry, 10:56 a.m. and 1:27 p.m.
So do you think after receiving the letter, you had conversations with Melissa DeRosa about the letter?
I believe so. I believe I had expressed concerns about the letter. Again, I didn't want it to be an anti-Boylan letter. I thought it was important to, if people were going to speak positively, they would speak positively about their experience.
Mm-hmm. And who drafted this letter? Why don't you go to tab 52 or page 52?
I don't know who drafted the letter. I just received it from Melissa DeRosa.
Okay, got it. Can you hold for 1 second? I just have to respond to an email on unrelated matter. Sorry about that. So on page 52, there's Melissa DeRosa sends you this draft letter. You don't know who drafted it?
No.
Okay. Is this the first draft of the letter you got? Or did you ever receive an earlier draft?
This is the only draft I have. There may be other drafts, but I don't have them. I only have this.
Mm-hmm. Do you generally, this is to your personal email account, right?
Yes.
Do you have a practice of deleting emails in your personal account?
Yes, because I get too many emails.
And what is your practice?
I delete emails unless I need to refer to them.
See, but this one you kept.
I kept because I believe I needed to reference it in relation to the phone calls that I was making. And I never went back to it after those calls.
I see. This is the phone calls you were making to see if other people would sign on.
Correct.
How did you get comfortable that you didn't want to sign, but you were reaching out to others for them to sign?
Well, I'm fairly conservative, I guess. I thought, well, maybe I'm conservative and others may be comfortable signing a letter. There have been many instances in the past where I would refuse to do something and others were comfortable doing it. And so I didn't necessarily know that others would have that same view. Separately, I thought, well, if my view is a common view, that may help influence folks not to advance this letter.
And who was pushing for this letter?
I spoke with Melissa about this letter. I don't know how to respond to who was pushing for it.
Who was willing to sign on to your knowledge?
Oh, who was willing to sign on? Of the people I spoke to, was willing to sign, was not willing to sign because she had concerns about the tone of the letter, and she had concerns about certain references in the letter where she didn't have any personal knowledge. Was willing to sign the letter, but then subsequently her employer said that she couldn't. Was not willing to sign the letter. Was willing to sign the letter. Was not willing to sign the letter. The person you had mentioned was willing to sign the letter. She had indicated that to both Stephanie and me. If I didn't say that, was willing to sign the letter. Those are the folks that come to mind.
And when you reached out to these people, did you actually forward the letter to them?
No, I did not.
You read it to them?
I certainly read the entire letter to certain people who asked to be read the letter. There were others who only wanted the letter characterized.
How about the people on this email list? There's Steve Cohen, Josh Vlasto, Judy Mogul, Linda Lacewell, and Danny Lever. You've told us Danny Lever did not want to sign the letter.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
How about Steve Cohen, Josh Vlasto, Judy Mogul, and Linda Lacewell?
I did not speak to Steve Cohen about whether or not he would sign the letter. I did not have a conversation with Josh Vlasto either. And I don't believe I spoke to Judy Mogul about her signing the letter. I believe Linda Lacewell did not want to sign the letter.
Did not?
Did not.
But were they all people who were going to reach out to other people to see if they would?
I don't know. I don't know those conversations. I know that Linda Lacewell did reach out to people. I know Stephanie Benton did, and I know that I did. And that's in part because there was another email that was sent to me from Stephanie Benton indicating some names and that they were calling certain people. But it could be that others were calling as well. I just don't know that.
Okay. If you look at this letter, the second line of the second paragraph says, each of us is a longtime an active supporter of civil rights and women's engagement. You see that?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself to be a long time an active supporter of civil rights and women's engagement?
Me personally, yes.
And we believe women must be heard and that allegations of workforce misconduct must be taken seriously. Is that something you believe in?
Yes.
And then you say, the letter says, however, when an accusation is unfounded and seemingly launched to gain political advantage, standing by silently is not an option. See that?
I do.
Did you have any basis to know whether the accusations were unfounded?
No.
So is this one of the sentences you did not feel comfortable with?
Yes, I was not comfortable with that sentence, but I think the larger point for me is I was more comfortable with a letter that focused on positive experiences as opposed to sort of getting into the details of the allegations, in large part because I didn't know the facts and I couldn't attest to the truth or veracity of them.
And the people you were reaching out to see if they would sign the letter, were they all people who would have a basis to know whether Lindsay Boylan's accusations were founded or unfounded?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know their relationships with her personally.
You didn't ask.
I don't believe I did.
Did you ask anyone whether they believed Lindsay Boylan's allegations were unfounded?
I don't believe I asked them. It was offered. There were several people who did not believe those allegations. There were several people who were shocked that the allegations could be true. And almost, every single person said that was not their experience. That was the common theme with everyone I spoke with, who said that, I've never seen that, that's never happened.
By that, what do you mean?
Sexual harassment, based on the allegations that she had alleged.
But do you know what the allegations were?
It has shifted over time. So at that point, I don't know what was disclosed because I know there have been different moments where there's been additional facts that have been disclosed. So I know the current set of allegations. I just can't remember what was disclosed at the time.
Were you aware that, or are you aware that one of her allegations is that she was told that she looks like the better looking twin of an ex-girlfriend of the governor's?
I know that now.
Do you know if that's true or not?
I don't. I have no personal knowledge of it.
Okay. Did you take any steps to inquire with anyone whether her allegations were true or not?
I was told they were not true by Melissa and others who said, I think they advised us this is not true. But I don't think I inquired of anyone.
Did anyone tell you that the allegation that she was told she looks like a better looking twin of an ex-girlfriend of the governor is not true? Melissa DeRosa told you that?
No. No one spoke to me specifically about that fact, right, or that allegation.
Are you aware that there's actually a text message that says that?
I am aware of that now.
Okay. Did it matter to you at all in reaching out to people to see if they would sign on to a letter like this, whether any of the allegations were true or not?
It did. At the time, for all of us who worked in the chamber, I think this was a shock. None of us had seen anything that would suggest any type of harassment, sexual harassment, that is. I had no personal knowledge of it, and the people I knew also said they had no personal knowledge of it. So that's what we had to go with at the time.
Do you have a personal belief about whether women who come forward alleging sexual harassment should be believed?
Yes.
What's your personal belief?
My personal belief is that people who experience any type of harassment or discrimination should have the ability to have their claims reviewed, investigated, and properly adjudicated. I think that for years, people have been unable to have their claims properly reviewed and adjudicated. So I believe that claims should be reviewed and adjudicated. That's my personal view.
But with respect to Lindsay Boylan, you didn't inquire with anyone as to whether her allegations were true or not.
As I said before, I was actually told that those allegations were not true by almost everyone in the chamber who works there. I think we were all told that at some point.
But now you know at least one of the allegations about being told that she looks like the better looking twin of an ex-girlfriend of the governor is true.
Based on what I've read, yes.
Does that affect your view at all in terms of what Melissa DeRosa told you or the steps you took to reach out to others to sign on to a letter that says that her accusations are unfounded?
No, because at the time, I don't think we knew any of those allegations.
I'm asking you now. Does it
Oh,
affect
now?
you now?
I don't know all of the facts. And
I'm just asking you this one fact.
This one fact. We didn't talk about this. Yeah, we didn't talk about this fact. So to be clear, for purposes of the record, the allegation at the time was that, if I remember correctly, that she was sexually harassed by the governor. I don't believe that there were more details that were outlined at the time. So as a general matter, we were told that that was not true. Subsequent to that, there were additional facts or allegations, specific details that were outlined that we were not aware of at the time. Now that we are aware of those details, I think, yes, that some people, including me, would pause before engaging in a letter like this. But the overarching principle for me is the letter itself, I thought, was misguided because it should not have focused on her, but instead on the experiences of others in the chamber. Because she should have an opportunity to adjudicate her claims.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So in December of 2020, when the allegation that you were aware of was just that Lindsay had been sexually harassed by the governor, did you ask anyone if they had investigated her allegation?
I think everyone at the time were learning about this for the first time. I believe we were told, I certainly was not aware of any complaint made by Ms. Boylan when she was in the chamber to anyone. So there was no investigation that I'm aware of.
Did you ask anyone after she had made her tweet saying she had been sexually harassed by the governor if they were going to investigate her allegations?
I don't know if I had that conversation with anyone. I believe they were having those conversations. And I believe at the time, if I'm not mistaken, at some period of time, there was the allegation, and then she said, I'm not going to provide more details, or I'm not going to discuss, or I'm not going to engage, something to that effect. But I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if they were investigating it or not. I suspected that they were. I suspected that they would have to, because the complaint had been made publicly.
Other than suspecting that they were going to investigate or understanding that they had to, did you have any basis to believe that they were investigating her complaint?
I believe that they would have had to. There was no reason for me to believe that they wouldn't conduct an investigation of a complaint that's been made publicly.
Right, but did anyone tell you that they were, or did you discuss with anyone whether that was happening?
No, no one talked to me about an investigation and who they were hiring or who they were working with. It wouldn't have been appropriate for them to tell me that. I don't believe.
Wait, can I just, sorry, Jim, why wouldn't it have been appropriate for them to tell you that?
Because I was no longer working at the chamber and I wasn't involved in those processes.
Sorry, Jim, thanks.
How would those two things have been consistent? That you believing that they had to investigate the truth of the allegation, and the same people sending you a letter that says the allegations are unfounded, and asking you to sign on to that. How is it possible in your mind that you believe they had to investigate to see if it's true or not, but as of December 17, ask you to sign a letter that said the allegations are unfounded?
Yeah,
how are those two things consistent?
They're entirely consistent, because someone can be accused of legal violation and deny those violations, and yet still have an obligation to investigate those allegations. Those are not inconsistent. There are many cases where someone is accused of committing some act, and that person says, I didn't commit that act. And yet they would conduct an investigation. I've seen that in the private sector. I've seen that in government.
So you're telling me that as a matter of policy in the executive chamber, conducting an investigation into allegations of sexual harassment can be done at the same time you are issuing public statements that the allegations are unfounded, and that you can at the same time conduct an independent and genuine investigation into allegations that you have publicly stated are unfounded. That's something that happens?
I'm sorry, Mr. Can I get that question read back, because it struck me as important, but I want to get it down accurately. I apologize.
Yeah, can you read that back?
Just give me a second, please. I just want to get this right.
Thank you.
If you can't find it, I can ask it again.
So the question is, you were telling me that as in a matter of policy in the executive chamber, conducting an investigation into allegations of sexual harassment can be done at the same time you are issuing public statements that the allegations are unfounded, and that you can at the same time conduct an independent and genuine investigation to allegations that you have publicly stated are unfounded. That's something that happens?
Just on my objection, to the extent that Mr. Alfonso was not serving as an attorney as it relates to that question, which seeks policy in the executive chamber at that time, subject to that.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. I can't comment on that, in part because it never happened when I was there. There hadn't been any complaints against the governor when I was there. What they should or should not have done, how they should have done it, that's up to them to make that determination. And whether or not it complies with a specific policy would be up to them as well. So I don't want to suggest that they could have or couldn't have, because it wasn't within my purview.
So your testimony under oath is that you actually thought that the executive chamber was going to conduct an investigation into whether Lindsey Boylan's allegations were true, correct?
No, not correct. My testimony is that I believe there would be an investigation. Who would conduct the investigation? How it would be conducted? When it would be conducted? Who would conduct the investigation? I was not aware of. I did not set that policy. I did not set that process. It had never happened when I was there.
So on December 17 of 2020, your testimony under oath is that you believed someone would be investigating Lindsey Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment against the governor.
I believe that someone would be conducting that investigation because there are so many different agencies that have the authority to do so. You could have the Division of Human Rights. You could have EEOC. You could have the Attorney General's Office. You could have the Joint Division of Public Ethics. So I suspected that there would be some type of review. Again, I didn't know who would do it, how they would do it, when they would do it, but I suspect that there would be some review.
You genuinely believe that?
I do, because I remember when I was in the executive chamber very early on, there were allegations of harassment against some elected officials, and the Joint Division or Department on Public Ethics conducted a review. And I'm not sure what the circumstances were, but that happened a few times. I also know that there are instances where people can file complaints with independent agencies to have them conduct a review. I also know that the Attorney General can, under certain circumstances, conduct a review. So I believed that there would be some type of review by some party at some point. That was just my belief. Whether it would happen and who would do it, I had no information. And I don't want to suggest that I thought they would do the investigation, because I didn't have any information to draw that conclusion either.
Did you ask them?
No, I did not.
Did you consider then, if you thought someone was going to do an investigation, that it might not be a good idea for the executive chamber to be stating that the allegations were unfounded before this investigation that you thought was going to happen was actually done?
No. Again, I think I've seen this in many cases where there is a denial of. The Sam Hoyt case is the perfect example, where there was an allegation made in the Sam Hoyt case. The executive chamber denied a part of the allegation as it relates to being notified. And that information was actually confirmed in a court of law. It didn't prevent an investigation or litigation. But again, I don't want to speculate on what they could have done here or how they could have done it. I just certainly knew that there may be a potential review at some point.
But this was not a denial by the governor. This was a denial by people around the governor including you, that was being proposed, correct?
Yes, but I didn't sign this letter, and I opposed it for those.
But you haven't said you suggested in response that this is not a good idea because there will be an investigation. That's just something you said today in response to a question.
No. That was not the reason that I raised. Again, the principal reason that I thought this letter was a bad idea was because it focused on Ms. Boyland as opposed to focusing on the experiences of employees. That is the reason.
How about the fact that the letter on the second page discloses facts of the investigation that you oversaw?
I had some strong concerns about that as well.
What were your concerns?
I had concerns about disclosing the underlying nature of a review that was conducted by the state agency. The overarching principle, once again, is a letter that is focused on Ms. Boylan as opposed to the positive experiences to the extent people wanted to talk about them in the chamber.
We discussed earlier, and we showed you policies that state that investigations should be kept confidential, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you have any concerns that disclosing the details about the investigation that you oversaw of Ms. Boylan would violate those policies?
I had concerns that I don't know that it was focused so much on the actual policy. I just had concerns about, yes, I guess the answer to your question would be yes.
We also looked at earlier the policy that said, that defined retaliation.
Mm-hmm.
It said retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable person from making or supporting an allegation of discrimination. Remember that?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that disclosing details about an investigation that you had overseen in response to allegations of harassment might fit under that definition of retaliation?
I wasn't thinking about the legal implications of disclosing the nature of the counseling through that lens. I was more concerned about, again, sort of getting into the details of the counseling as it relates to Ms. Boylan, as opposed to positive experiences that people had. As you know, the memo is privileged and confidential, and it was labeled privileged and confidential. And I believe that individuals who have the memo was privileged and confidential, and so I had concerns about any references to it in a letter.
Did you tell Melissa DeRosa that?
I did. I did express concerns about any references to the letter in this letter.
But you're the one who sent them a copy of the investigative file, right?
I did. They already had it. So it wasn't something.
You said you sent it and then they found it.
Yes. Well, they either found it or had it before. There were several people looking for it. I know that they had it, but I sent it to Rich as a party per his request.
So you were concerned about the confidentiality of your investigation, but you emailed the file of that investigation to the press officer at the executive chamber?
No, I was not concerned about, well,
No to
first,
what? No to that you didn't send it to Richard?
no, well, let me answer your questions. I did send the file to Rich Asaparty, an electronic file, which they already had in their possession, which belongs to them, not to me. So they already have it in their possession. I was concerned about this letter specifically referencing the counseling memo.
Did you tell Rich Asaparty that you had any concerns about making public anything about the investigation into Lindsay Boylan that was in the privileged and confidential memos that you sent to him?
I believe I told them that they had to consult with GOER.
Did Rich Asaparty ever tell you that he sent slightly redacted versions of those privileged and confidential memos to a variety of newspapers?
I learned that subsequent to him doing that, yes.
Did you express any concern to him when you learned about it?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I believe I said, well, I disagree with that, or I have concerns about that. But that was a decision for them to make, not me.
Did he explain to you why they decided to send privileged and confidential memos about an internal investigation to various members of the media?
I believe they received, I believe they received some direction, but I don't know that I can get into the details of that, but I believe they received some type of direction.
Can you say who they received the direction from?
I advised them to engage with GOER.
And do you know if they did engage with GOER?
I believe so.
And do you know who at GOER they spoke to?
No.
And do you have any basis for believing that their communications with GOER are privileged on some basis?
Yes, the communications between them and GOER, if it relates to legal advice, would be.
Do you know if they spoke to a lawyer at GOER?
I don't know who they spoke to.
Did they tell you why they wanted to disclose this information to a variety of media outlets? Putting aside whether it's legally okay or justifiable to do it, why they wanted to do this?
I don't know that anyone explained that to me.
Did they at any point say that they wanted to tarnish Ms. Boylan's reputation?
No.
Did they say they wanted to attack her credibility?
No.
Did they explain in any fashion how the allegations that were looked into about how she treated certain staff related in any fashion to whether or not the governor sexually harassed her?
No, not in those. No, not in that way.
Well, in the letter it says, where is it? They talk about no less than 6 official complaints were raised about her conduct, and then they say this is relevant to assessing Ms. Boylan's claim. Did anyone explain to you how that was relevant to assessing Ms. Boylan's claim?
No.
And while I have you in this paragraph, the end of that paragraph, it says, afterwards, Ms. Boylan attempted to contact the governor, but Mr. David advised the governor to not discuss the situation with Ms. Boylan as the complaints were outstanding. Is that accurate?
I don't know if that is accurate. I'm not saying it's not accurate. I just don't recall that.
Did you tell Mr. Rosa or Mr. Azzopardi that you didn't recall whether that was true or not?
I know that Ms. Boylan attempted to contact the governor. Whether I advised him not to discuss the situation, I just don't remember.
Well, if you didn't remember, do you know if the governor told them that that's what happened?
I don't know. I don't know who spoke to who. I have no idea.
Did you ask them the basis for them saying that you advised the governor to not discuss the situation with Ms. Boylan as the complaints were outstanding?
No.
Even if you weren't willing to sign this letter, did you have any concerns about representations being made about what you advised the governor in a letter that they were going to try to get people to sign on to and publish?
Again, I don't think I was focused on these specific paragraphs or specific references. I was concerned about the entire letter and the focus of the letter. And I know that the letter may have taken different forms, but I don't believe I had specific conversations on paragraphs or sentences.
And the part about the no less than 6 official complaints and that is quoting treats subordinates like children, feel like a punching bag. You said you read the letter to certain people. Do you know if they had any prior knowledge of the allegations against Ms. Boylan before you read them the letter?
I don't know if they had prior knowledge of it. I don't believe many of them. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you have any concerns about informing people about the details of the allegations against Ms. Boylan who had no prior knowledge of it?
I don't know whether or not they had any prior knowledge of it.
And my question is, do you have any concerns about disclosing the details without knowing that they already knew all about that?
I had concerns about the entire letter. And I don't know that I focused on that specific reference.
And the people that you read the letter to, were they still employed by the government, or were they working elsewhere at this point?
No, none of them worked for the government. Well, I'm sorry, 2 did, but I don't believe I read the letter to them. And the others were no longer state workers.
And do you think, as you sit here today, that it might discourage someone from coming forward with allegations of harassment if they thought detailed allegations that had made about them in confidential memos would be shared with people that didn't work for the executive chamber any longer?
Difficult question to answer. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. As you sit here today, do you have any concerns that a reasonable person who is considering coming forward with an allegation of harassment might think twice about it if they were told that confidential aspects of their employment history were going to be shared with people who don't work for their former employer any longer?
That's a hypothetical, but I can imagine an instance where it would raise a concern.
And you understand that, strike that. Did you have any discussion with anyone, Mr. Rosa, Mr. Azzopardi, anyone else, about whether sharing this information, even just in the process of trying to get people to sign on to the letter, could be retaliatory?
I think I answered that question already. I was not thinking about this letter through that lens. and as a result, did not have conversations about the letter through that lens.
Do you know whether others, Mr. Rosa, Mr. Azzopardi, Ms. Benton, anyone else was either forwarding the letter to other people or reading it to them with the allegations against Ms. Boylan contained in them?
I don't know what they did or didn't do. As I said again, I did not read this letter to all of the people that I spoke to. It was a very small group that I read the letter to. For example, I did not read the letter to, so I don't know what they did or didn't do.
Can you take a look at the next series of pages starting 55? And it looks like an exchange between you, Linda Lacewell, and Stephanie Benton with names. And if you look on page 56, Stephanie Benton says, so this is progress. How do we get him 50 plus names? See that?
Yes.
What was your understanding of who she was referring to when it said him?
I don't know. I was not on this email. It was forwarded to me where I was added to it subsequent. And I didn't have conversations with anyone about it.
So you don't know who asked for 50 plus names?
No one told me about the reference in this letter. I could speculate, but I don't have any personal knowledge.
You didn't talk to anyone about who asked for 50 plus names?
No.
You see the end of the page that says 57, page 57. Stephanie Benton says, and I want to put eyes on stupid list again to grab more of the kids. I can't right now, I just can't. See that?
Yes.
Were a lot of the names here younger people?
No. At least not the first 20 or 25. No, most of the people on here are not younger people. They're much older.
Yeah. Yeah, should we just do that and we'll just stay on?
This is the end of media unit number 4. We are now off the record at 9:48 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 5. We are now on the record at 9:54 p.m. Back from break.
So when we took the break, we were on this list of individuals on page 56 and 57.
Yes.
Did anyone raise Charlotte Bennett as someone to reach out to?
I don't no, I don't believe so. I also at the time didn't know who Charlotte Bennett was.
You didn't overlap with her?
If I did, it was not a significant. I left in July 2019.
Okay. How about Caitlin?
Caitlin was, I believe, someone. I don't see her name on this list, but I think she may have been someone that they reached out to.
That they did reach out to.
And let me not speculate or guess. I don't know.
Okay. Did you have any discussions about Caitlin in the executive chamber?
Just no, my objection to the extent that well, Alphonso, just answer the question yes or no, and I'll put the privilege objection in properly. Apologize.
Yes.
Who did you speak with about Caitlin?
Judy Mogul.
And what did you talk to her about?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer as privileged based on the directive of the executive chamber and specifically Paul Fishman.
And when was this conversation?
I don't know. 2021, maybe.
This year.
Maybe 2020. I don't know. I'm guessing.
While you were at the Human Rights Campaign.
Yes. I don't believe I think I know who Kate is. I think she may have worked in the chamber at the same time I did. So I remember conversations about her when I was in the chamber, or I remember either interacting with her in the chamber and having conversations when I left.
How many conversations with Judy Mogul did you have about Caitlin?
Maybe 2.
And do you believe you were providing legal advice to Judy Mogul in those conversations?
I was being consulted on a confidential basis again.
Do you believe you were providing legal advice?
I need to first try to recall those conversations, which I don't at this time. So I don't even remember what those conversations were about. So it's difficult for me to answer the question as it relates to what I was providing.
So you're refusing to answer questions, but also saying you don't remember what the answer would be.
I know there were conversations with Judy Mogul where I was consulted on a confidential basis. I do not, at this point, sitting here, remember the true contents of those conversations.
What was the subject matter?
And just let the record reflect the refusals based on privilege and no other reason. Continue.
I don't remember.
Can you turn to tab 12?
Sure.
Do you see that? Are you at that document?
Tab 12. Yes.
And you see this is the top part has been redacted, but the middle part is an email from Melissa DeRosa to various people, including you.
Can you tell me what page I'm looking at?
Tab 12, it's
I'm sorry, I was on
NYAGB 000022.
Okay, yes.
You see this is an email from Melissa DeRosa to Steve Cohen, Linda Lacewell, Judy Mogul, you, Danny Lever, Josh Blaster, and Richard Bamberger.
Yes.
And this is a draft of the letter.
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yes.
This was not in your production. Do you believe this is something that you deleted from your email file? It's a different version of the letter.
Yeah, I may have deleted it so I was clear on which version I was going to be referencing.
You mean before you called people?
Correct.
But that is your email, the Hotmail.
That is the correct email address, correct.
By the way, you see Melissa DeRosa is sending this from her personal email?
Yes.
And that this is on everyone's personal emails?
Yes.
Do you know if there's a reason she was sending it from her personal email?
No.
You don't know a reason?
No.
Going to the second page of this letter, you see in the middle, there's a paragraph Ms. Boylan is supported by lawyers and financial backers of Donald Trump, an active opponent of the governor. We understand from credible sources that female members of Boylan's campaign team were offended and actually quit when they heard she and her campaign plan to make such claims for purely political advantage. Do you remember reading that in this draft?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember if that paragraph came out of a subsequent draft?
I don't believe is in the draft that I have.
Yeah. Do you know why it was taken out?
I don't. I don't, other than there, I don't.
Did you comment on it?
I think I commented on this consistent with the others about lack of personal knowledge. And once again, a focus on Ms. Boylan as opposed to something that was more focused on a positive perspective from former employees.
On the third page of this, the following page, in the middle, it says, Ms. Boylan suggests the governor made comments about her looks. This is ironic because we know Ms. Boylan referred to the governor as handsome and said she loved him to staff, which we do believe were inappropriate comments. Do you remember reading that?
Vaguely, yes.
And you remember the reading, as professional women, we also know her behavior to be inappropriately intimate with her coworkers in public in the presence of other coworkers. You see that?
I do.
Do you remember having any thoughts about this paragraph?
Same response. I had no personal knowledge of this, of any of those comments. And I again thought it was more appropriate to focus on positive experiences than on Ms. Boylan.
Do you agree to comments referring to the governor as handsome? If you said that would have been inappropriate?
Without understanding the facts and the context, I wouldn't reach that legal conclusion. I just don't know what the facts are.
The second part of that paragraph, talking about knowing her behavior to be inappropriately intimate with coworkers in public in the presence of other coworkers.
I didn't have any direct information or knowledge as to what that was referencing, but that was what I deduced it may be referencing, but I didn't have any personal knowledge of that.
And did you have any concerns about that? That the letter
Yes.
was public? What were your concerns?
Again, no personal knowledge, and I'm not sure how it could be substantiated.
Actually, you had personal knowledge that you inquired into this, and they denied it.
Yes, but it says plural.
Did you ask Melissa DeRosa what is meant by this?
I don't believe that I went through this letter line by line with her. I think I just responded that this was not a good idea and I didn't think they should be sending this letter out.
Did you raise any concerns about that with anyone, that paragraph?
I might have, again, along the lines of personal knowledge and not an appropriate approach to take here.
Can we go back to tab 9 and I'm going to try to move it along so I know it's getting late for everyone.
Okay.
So if you go to the page starting 74, and the numbers get very small, these are just of what appear to be printouts of phone texts. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did it goes from 74 to the end? Are these from your phone?
This is from my phone and from my iPad. So there may be some duplication.
So you took screenshots of things, you reviewed and took screenshots of things that were responsive and
Correct.
to your lawyer? Okay.
Correct.
So if you go to the third page of this, it's very small, but it looks like 76.
Okay.
Alfonso, I need to see her full file. See that?
Yes.
And this is MD is who?
It's Melissa DeRosa.
And there's 3 people on this. MD, and then the other is, you know who that is?
I don't. It looks like it's Linda Lacewell.
Okay. And the blue is your responses, right?
Yes.
And you say all of that is in possession of state. Judy should be able to get you the file for the time while she was in chamber. There will be an EST component as well. You can start with the chamber.
Yes.
Is that a reference to the investigation file?
Correct.
Okay. If you go to the next page, if you just turn the page in the binder, and there's an email or a text chain between you, it looks like Linda Lacewell, Stephanie Benton, and Judy Mogul, where they say both raised why no men sign on. You remember that?
Yes, I remember receiving this text message.
Yeah, who's and who's talk to about Lindsey Boylan's allegations?
No.
How about
No.
and do you remember any other discussions about why no men were signing on?
Vaguely, I think it was with respect to the experiences of female employees in the chamber that was more relevant, I believe, than the experiences of male employees, but that's very vague.
On the next page, you see there's a text chain between Melissa DeRosa, RALL, and then another person, and then you. Do you know who the number is?
I don't know.
And you say, feels to me like she's trying to bail us into saying something as anything we do say will give it more oxygen. Yeah. And you say he should be prepared to briefly respond, though, if he receives questions at one of his press conferences.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
That there were these claims that I wasn't aware of his level of knowledge or regarding any of this.
Who's his? What do you mean by his?
The governor.
And so you were concerned of what he would have to say or be presented with at a press conference?
I wanted to make sure that they were prepared through him to adequately respond, whatever their responses were.
Go to the next page. With this text chain with Stephanie Benton, December 14, you say, "Hey, doll, hope to see you and him before I leave."
Yes,
Who do you mean by him?
the governor.
And this was December 14. This was before you go to DC?
No, I was in Albany for the Electoral College.
Mhm.
And that was the first time I saw anyone in the chamber since I had left a year and a half before.
And did you get to see Stephanie Benton and the governor before you left?
Yes, I got to say hi to him and I got to say hi to her.
Okay. Where?
I saw him in the assembly chamber and I saw him again in his office.
On which day? This text was December 14. How long after that?
It was on December 14th.
And what did you talk to him about?
He asked me about the job. He asked me about how the job was going, what I was enjoying about it. And he talked about his work. And then I left. It was a 3-minute conversation.
Did you talk about Lindsey Boylan's allegations?
No,
Did you talk about the letter that you had been asked to sign?
no,
Did you ask anything about any sexual harassment allegations, or did you discuss anything about any
No.
harassment allegations?
no.
Can you go to the next page?
Sure.
You see, it's a text with Jimmy.
Yes,
And it looks like it's Jimmy Vilken.
yes,
He's a reporter.
he is.
Okay. Did you talk to him, Jimmy Vilken?
I did. He had reached out to me initially about the letter to ask about who originated the letter, why the letter was drafted. And I just told him off the record that I was not aware who wrote the letter and I couldn't talk about the origins of the letter or the purposes of the letter, that he would have to get that through the chamber.
Did you tell him, did you give him any substance about what was in the draft letters?
I believe he had it. He had a copy of the letter.
Do you know how he got it? Did he tell you how he got it?
No,
Did you say anything to him about the allegations in the investigation that you conducted
no,
of Lindsey Boylan?
no.
And the next text is with Maggie H. Is that Haberman?
Yes,
And did you talk to her?
I did. She had reached out to my office in Washington, D.C. I engage with her quite often, well, occasionally on policy issues. And I responded to her inquiry because I thought it was related to my current work, and she had the same inquiry. She either had a copy of the letter or knew about the letter and wanted to know the genesis of the letter, and I basically provided her a similar response.
And you did that off the record?
I did. For some reason, she had initially concluded or thought that I wrote the letter. And I told her, no, I didn't write the letter. I'm not sure who did write the letter. I suspect that that was because the letter references me in some way. And she said, I appreciate it. And that was it.
Did you tell her that you didn't think it was a good idea, the letter?
I did.
Did you tell her why?
I don't remember if I told her why, but I certainly told her I didn't think the letter was a good idea.
Did you talk to anyone at the executive chamber about talking to the reporters about the letter? I
know with respect to Maggie Haberman, I did not. I don't believe I did with Jimmy Vilcon either.
So he reached out to you. This was not something where the executive chamber asked you to engage with them?
Correct. In neither instance.
Just looking through this to see. You go to further along in this page, you look at the bottom, very small, but 113.
Okay.
And this one, it has this text earlier that we saw earlier. All of that is in possession of the state. Judy should be able to get you the file for the time while she was in chamber. There will be an ESD component. See that?
Yes.
And then Melissa Dro says, Linda, do you see this? Do you know what she's referring to? This?
I don't know. I suspect, well, I don't know. It may be the text that comes before it.
And then someone said, it says Judy has the file, and then you say everything should be in the file, in that file, emails regarding harassment at ESD, counseling memo, etc.
Yes.
The
I believe that may be Linda Laceworth, but I'm sorry, the question was?
The question is, when you refer to harassment at ESD, you're referring to alleged harassment by Lindsay Boylan at ESD, right?
Correct.
And when you were, again, talking about this and sending it, telling them where to find the file, you don't recall having any concern about the confidentiality of the harassment investigation? And how
no, not at that point. Again, they had reached out to me in the past for information. I often did not engage with them with what they needed the information for or how they were going to use it.
Okay. If you go to a couple of pages later, 117 is the number.
Okay.
You see there's a tweet from Jeremy Rosenberg.
Yes.
Did you know Jeremy Rosenberg?
No.
Okay. They say, anyone know this person? None, probably here for 5 minutes. And then it looks like you look him up. Looks like he was a legislative fellow at DHCR.
Yeah, I simply Googled him and saw that on a LinkedIn page, I believe.
Okay. And then Azapati says, so a snowflake. What do you mean by that? What did you understand him to mean by that?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No. I don't know if he's referencing the agency or if he's referencing his title. I don't know.
And then if you go another page later, there's a text chain with.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And she's the one connected with counsel and the company spokesman. They don't want her to sign, right?
Correct.
And then she says, would love to talk offline, advance on work, won't mention I talked to you if game. Did you end up talking to her offline?
I did speak, but I don't believe that, yes, I did speak.
What did you talk to her about?
Well, I spoke to her about the letter.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really in her communications with Lindsay. I believe this text is a text from Lindsay to her because Lindsay had reached out to her to ask her whether she would serve as a consultant for her on her political campaign, or if she knew anyone who would serve as a consultant for her.
Sorry, so this text, would love to talk offline, advance on work, won't mention I talked to you if game. That's a text from Lindsay Boylan to,
I believe it's a text from Lindsay Boylan.
that she's forwarding you.
Correct.
How do you know that? Because it
looks like it's a message embedded in the text chain.
I see. And so, and then did you talk, why was she sending that to you, that text chain?
We had just spoken about the letter, and it was either on the same day or right after that Lindsay Boylan had reached out to her.
Have you spoken to Lindsay Boylan?
No.
When's the last time you ever spoke to her or communicated with her in any way?
Last time I communicated with Lindsay Boylan was the conversation on that Sunday, a few days after she resigned.
Okay, I think you can put that aside unless Jen or Ann have questions. Okay, so let me ask you about Charlotte Bennett. You said, did you overlap with her at all in the executive chamber?
I don't remember Charlotte Bennett, but I believe she worked in the chamber at or about the time I was leaving the chamber.
Okay, and any interactions with her?
Not that I can remember, no.
Did you ever see her interacting with the governor?
No.
Did you ever see her interacting with anyone else in the executive chamber?
No, I don't remember Charlotte Bennett at all.
Any conversations with anyone about Charlotte Bennett?
Just know my objection to the extent that it calls for conversations between Mr. David and employees of the executive chamber to be answered as privileged at the directive of the executive chamber, and more specifically, Paul Fishman. Outside of that, you can answer if there's anyone else.
Well, let's start with anyone else. Outside of executive chamber, have you spoken to anyone about Charlotte Bennett?
No.
How about inside executive chamber? Who did you speak to about Charlotte Bennett?
Judy Mogul.
Anyone else?
I believe Jill DeRosier.
Anyone else?
Those are the two that I recall.
And when did you speak? Did you speak to them together? Or
yes.
And when did you speak to them?
2021, after the allegations were made public in the New York Times. And there was likely a conversation in 2020 as well.
Okay, so you recall two conversations with them, both of them together? Both calls, were they together?
No, I believe one call was only with Judy Mogul and another was with Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier.
And which one was which, meaning 2021 or 2020?
2020 was with Judy Mogul only. And 2021 was with both of them.
Okay. And the substance of the conversations is what your counsel is objecting to, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Just for the record, at the express direction of the counsel for the executive chamber, as privilege holder, or putative privilege holder, as the case may be.
How about Brittany Camiso? Do you know her?
No.
You don't know who she is?
Name doesn't sound familiar. I may know who she is or I've met her, but it doesn't sound that familiar to me.
How about Alyssa McGrath?
Sounds familiar, but I don't know her personally.
How about analysts?
Don't know analysts.
How about Caitlin?
I have met.
Okay. When did you meet her?
I don't know. During my time in the chamber, I don't know what specific year.
Did you ever observe her interacting with the governor?
I'm sure I did. If this is the person I'm thinking of, Caitlin was a press secretary.
I think she at some point served in
In press capacity.
Sorry.
Then I believe I would have seen her interact with him.
And what do you recall anything about those interactions?
No.
Did you ever see him touch her?
No.
Hug her?
No.
Okay. Kiss her?
No.
Do you know how Caitlin was hired?
No.
Do you know do you know why she left the executive chamber?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you spoken to anyone in the executive chamber about Caitlin?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Melissa DeRosa.
And
I'm sorry, Mr. Kim, just on my objection as to privilege with respect to the content of those communications at the express direction of the executive chamber through Paul Fishman.
And when was that conversation with Melissa DeRosa about Caitlin?
I believe in 2020, maybe 2021.
How many conversations did you have?
I believe one, maybe two, but certainly one.
What was the subject matter?
I believe the subject matter was her experience in the chamber.
Anyone else you spoke to in the executive chamber about Caitlin other than Melissa DeRosa?
No. Not that I can recall.
How about?
Yes, I spoke to her, but she was not in the executive chamber.
Okay. Who
is, I believe, she works in communications, and I believe she works at the MTA, but I may have that wrong.
And did you overlap when you worked at the executive chamber? Did you see her?
Yes.
In what context did you see her?
She was, she worked in communications. I worked with her on a variety of policy issues that had to be addressed through the press.
Did you ever observe any interactions between her and the governor?
Yes.
And what kind of interactions did you observe?
She, I believe, traveled with him, worked with him closely at a certain point in time, as press secretaries do. And their interaction was nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you ever see the governor touch her?
I suspect that I must have seen him hug her at a public event, but I don't have any specific recollection of that.
And did you ever hear the governor say anything suggestive to her?
No.
Have you spoken to anyone in the executive chamber about
No.
Melissa DeRosa? Did you speak to her about it?
No.
How about Judy Mogul?
No.
Sai, this was I think someone you had told us there were.
By counsel. That is on my list. The only mea culpa I'll have, I mean, you can try to refresh from June. I mean, the only thing I'll say is I do have that on my list following my conversation with Mr. Fishman. Like I said, the only mea culpa I'll give Mr. David, to the extent that he's having some issues recalling, is he's 7.5 hours in. I don't think there's hopefully no suggestion he's intentionally not remembering. I mean, he's been giving you as much detail as we're allowed to on these issues, but I did have it as a potential conversation that may have occurred.
There was a conversation
between
Melissa DeRosa, but I did not have conversations with Melissa DeRosa about was the question.
I see. So you had a conversation, a call with and Melissa DeRosa.
Correct.
Okay. When was that?
That is the one conversation that probably 2021, 2020, at about that time. I don't know when.
And what did you talk about?
We talked about cake.
Okay. And if I ask you specifics about that conversation, is that something Sai you'll object to?
I don't have a choice, Mr. Kim, as you know, not to sound like a broken drum, but it's on my list and it's consistent with a privilege that the executive chamber, through Paul Fishman, as putative privilege holder, wants us to invoke at this time.
Is it the same conversation when I asked you earlier about conversations about Caitlin and Melissa DeRosa?
Yes.
With that's not two separate?
No, it's the same conversation.
Alessandra Biaggi, you know her?
Yes.
How do you know her?
Alessandra Biaggi worked in counsel's office for a short period of time. I don't remember how long, maybe a year.
Mm-hmm. Any interactions that you saw her and the governor?
At public events.
Yeah. Did you ever see him touch her?
I don't have any specific recollection, but I would assume that he may have hugged her at some point, congratulated her in some way, but I don't have any specific recollection of that.
Did she have any discussions with you about the atmosphere or the culture within the executive chamber?
No.
When's the last time you spoke to her?
When she left the chamber, whatever year that was.
You haven't spoken to her since? Or communicated with her?
No, I may have seen her at a public event after she became an elected official. But that may have just been in passing and just sort of pleasantries but nothing substantive. I don't think I know who that is.
You don't know who that is? You know who Karen Hinton is?
Yes.
How do you know her?
Karen Hinton, I met through her husband, Howard Glazer, who was the deputy secretary, state director of operations in 2011.
Any interactions between Karen Hinton and the governor that you observed?
Nothing out of the ordinary, no.
Do you know?
The name sounds very familiar.
Someone who worked in the executive chamber at this point?
He certainly worked in the administration. I'm not sure if he worked in the chamber.
Nothing you remember in particular about him having relationships with people in the chamber?
No, I don't.
Other than the recently after the text when you saw the governor briefly, have you had any communication with the governor this year in 2021?
No,
No communications whatsoever.
no communications at all.
How about last year, 2020?
I don't remember. I know that he provided a video for a public event that we had, but I don't remember speaking with him directly. I don't remember speaking with him in 2020.
Okay. While you were in the executive chamber, did you did you ever become aware of issues that the governor or others in the executive chamber had with state troopers in the protective services unit?
I was aware of issues with the protective services unit vis-a-vis public statements that had been made. But I don't believe I was involved in any personal way. I don't have any direct personal knowledge.
How about of members of the troopers who were reassigned or moved as a result of complaints from the governor or others in the executive chamber?
I read about those issues, and I'm not sure when I did, but I don't have any direct or personal knowledge about that.
Read about them where?
In the paper.
Just know my objection to the extent that the state trooper topic is not been specifically delineated in either subpoena. But you can go ahead and answer the questions.
How about state troopers who ran the aviation unit? Any awareness of interactions with the governor or the executive chamber relating to the aviation unit?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I think there were, and I have to be careful that I'm protecting whatever privileges may apply here. So I think there were issues about organization and structure and consistency that were that the operations unit, meaning the director of state operations and others, were looking into.
Any instances that you were aware of where members of the aviation unit were, again, reassigned, terminated, or otherwise employment affected because of complaints or issues the governor had or people in the executive chamber had?
Mr. David, since we're now outside this, Mr. Kim, since we're outside the stated scope of the subpoena, I'm going to have to instruct Alphonso David to invoke privilege to the extent you're asking questions now that directly involve his employment at the chamber as an attorney, and were not specifically stated in the subpoena. So on this material, I have to err on the side of caution. I understand. I mean, you've been a gentleman. We're 8 hours in, but on this one, I have to err on the side of being overly prophylactic, because you're implicating chamber privilege on a completely new topic.
Other than privileged, potentially privileged communications, did you ever become aware of any members of the aviation staff getting moved or reassigned the direction of the governor or the executive chamber?
No, I don't have any specific recollection of that.
Do you recall, were you in the executive chamber when there was a dispute between the governor's office, executive chamber, and the Manhattan District Attorney in connection with the Eric Schneiderman investigation?
Yes.
And what role did you play?
I believe I was involved in helping to facilitate the coordination between two different district attorneys' offices that were going to be doing the review.
And
Just my objection is to the extent that now we are now into another topic not delineated in the subpoena. Mr. David, just err on the side of caution with respect to privilege, to the extent that the subject matter occurred during a time period in which you engaged as counsel for the executive chamber.
were you a party to any conversations between the governor and anyone in the DA's office in Manhattan?
Yes.
Okay, what conversations?
I think as it relates to the ongoing probe of Mr. Schneiderman and the Attorney General's office.
Were you on any call that the governor had with the chief assistant, the district attorney in Manhattan?
I'm sorry, who? I don't remember.
Are you aware of any incident where there was an accusation that the governor or the governor's office had sought to obtain a Chevy Tahoe from General Motors without a proper compensation for it?
Am I aware of an accusation?
Yeah, or any issue arising about an allegation that the executive chamber had sought to obtain a Chevy Tahoe from GM?
It sounds vaguely familiar that there was some claim or issue, but I don't remember the specific details.
Let me ask you, in your job as the president of the Human Rights Campaign, who do you report to? The board?
On fiscal management issues, yes. Ultimately, I report to the board of directors.
Mm-hmm. How about on other issues?
I'm responsible for managing and overseeing all operations associated with the organization. And I work with the board of directors on a variety of issues, including fiscal management.
And does the organization have rules around the ability to provide legal services to other organizational groups while you're serving as the president of the Human Rights Campaign?
The organization does not prohibit me from providing consultation services or support without remuneration. So there's no prohibition to that.
So you've not received remuneration from anyone for providing legal services since you joined the Human Rights Campaign?
No, I do not have a second job or income from other sources.
Or from any of your confidential communications you've been instructed not to talk about?
Correct. As I said before, I was being consulted on a confidential basis in many cases with respect to matters that I worked on or matters that were relevant to issues that I worked on, but I was not being compensated in any way for providing that feedback.
Well, you said relevant to the issues you had worked on. You're referring to the Lindsey Boylan investigation?
Yes, and anything else that I worked on, whether they be housing at NYCHA or clemency or anything else.
I think unless Anne or Jen, you have anything.
I'm good.
I just had one follow-up question on the Caitlin. Did you ever become aware of the substance of any communications between and Caitlin?
I'm aware that they had a conversation. And I think I understand the general nature of that conversation. Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
By counsel, Mr. David just established how you came to learn that conversation so we can see if it's from a source that the putative privilege holder wants protected at this time.
Yes, it is pursuant to the conversation that I had with Melissa DeRosa, and which was referenced as privilege earlier.
So, Sai, are you asserting privilege as to a conversation that was had between Caitlin and?
Correct me if I'm wrong, and it is late. I understood it that he came to learn of the substance of the conversation between those two women from somebody who was with the executive chamber, unless I'm completely misunderstanding it. That may be true, because it is late.
That is correct.
Okay.
And so you're instructing him not to answer?
Based on the directive we have of the executive chamber, yes, ma'am.
That was it, Jim.
Okay. Well, Mr. David, thank you for the time. I know we've gone very late. We started late. Thank you for bearing with us through this. Unfortunately, it sounds like we may have one more session to resolve after we're able to resolve these conflicts issues. With that caveat, I think we're done for tonight.
Sure. If I may, just by counsel, thank you so much. And at the request of Paul Fishman, please notice the executive chamber on any motions involving privilege in this case, so that the privilege holder can be heard. You can take that under advisement, Mr. Kim. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you would take us off the record?
We are off the record at 10:49 p.m. and this is the end of today's interview of Alphonso David. The total number of media units used was 5 and will be retained by Veritex New York.